yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Defending your rights, I saw you stand and fight for the people every
every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stand and fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. In a army, no simpleton can disarm me. And fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stand and fight for the people every day.
Greetings, and salutations, everybody. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. It's a Saturday. I think it's a Saturday. I don't know. Sometimes I have a question which day it is. But I think it's a Saturday. And I think it's Reason with Rattigan time. And so here we are. Yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew, the professor, as some of you might refer to me as, hanging out with the provost himself, Mr. Reason with Rattigan, the rebel, Will Rattigan. Greetings all. Good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Good evening, good morning. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Provost, greetings to you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, students, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and of course the professor, DJ Kevin Stew. Now, today we'll continue to discuss content-rich Jamaica and provide you with information to effect the change that you desire. Now, before I go any further, let me just say that we've been having some technical difficulties, and I mentioned it on Wednesday night. And pretty soon, in short order, those issues will be corrected. You can count on those words. You can count on them. Will happen. So we won't say any more, except that there will come a time when we'll have no issues and you'll say, oh, a long time in here, the mic go off or muted or whatever. Stay tuned. Before we get to the
there's still user error. There's still user error.
I resemble that remark. Ooh. Yeah, kill me, Kevin. You couldn't make that one the bossy.
No, the people
let me just say, we're going to have some guests today, and the opinions that you hear belong to them only. They're neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the hosts or the professor and the provost. All right. No, relax with the rebel. Quickly, Reggae Month has begun. It's February. I don't particularly like it because it's the shortest month of the year, and if you live in the Northeast, it is the coldest month of the year. But it is what it is. So last week, we did a soft opening. We played some reggae music, and some of you got excited because you see me get up out of my chair because the music moved me. Well, tonight we have the grand opening, and we're going to start with the king of reggae. And we say king for a number of reasons, but I'm not sure if there would be a Bob Marley and the Wailers without the precursors. And I'm talking about groups before Bob Marley and the Wailers. I'm talking about the Wailing Wailers, the Wailing Rude Boys, and the Teenagers. Those were all groups that Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, and Bonnie Livingston, they were all part of those groups. And we can't say enough about the chemistry, the genius of the music that these men brought to the world, not just to Jamaica, but to the world. Bob, Bonnie, and Peter. But there were also other people who contributed to the development of Bob. People like Lee Scratch Perry, who who is credited with taking Bob Marley or the Wailers from a rock steady ska group to a reggae group. And we're going to play all of that tonight. And you know, I'm asked in one interview, they asked Bob, how did you start? And he said he started, how did you start in the music business? And he said he started crying. Well, it is, well, allegedly said that when they asked Lee Scratch Perry, and most of you know him, he's a kind of eccentric guy. He owned the Black Ark studio and he ended up living in Switzerland. I've seen him in concert. Quite a character. But when they asked him, you know, did Bob Marley start? He said Bob Marley started from scratch. Remember him named Lee Scratch Perry. So the message is there. So anyway, tune in tonight on Reggae Global Radio from 10 to 1 o'clock, not midnight, 1 o'clock, because we have about, believe it or not, people, we have about close to 100 songs we have to play. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it. And I'm going to play for you the very first song that Bob Marley recorded. And I'm also going to play for you the very last song he recorded. And I'm also going to play for you all the songs between the first and the last. Some wicked piece of tune. And who knows, maybe I'll get up and do a little jig, a little ska, a little rock steady, a little wine and hey, stop. I'm gonna stop it right this up. So tune in tonight. Tune in tonight from 10 to 1. And before the 10 o'clock hour, you know who will be on? None other than the Professor DJ Kevin Stu from 8 to 10. So when I have to tune in, Kevin, I gotta keep the place rocking. I'm gonna come with a kind of like the piece I gonna start out kind of fast because of the rock steady and the ska, but we want to get it in a meditative mood, you know, where you can just reflect on life and a whole bunch of things. All right, Nelson, me too bad. Donatan said, Sarati skank. Yeah, man. Watch tonight. Oh, by the way, when we play the Bob Marley, you will never get another program like this because here's what's going to happen. We're going to start out with a Bob Marley dub that I don't think a lot of you have heard. Then we're moving to some interviews. Then we're moving to ska, rock steady. And then we're moving to some reggae and some concerts. And I love it. Easy like Sunday. We're still working on that program. Kevin will kill me because, you know, we're supposed to start a few weeks ago and we still haven't gotten it up and running. But once this weather break, then we'll be fine. Come Reason with Rattigan, Wednesday night program. Thanks to all of you for supporting us. I really mean that. And I'd like you to know that the struggle is real. And so we have to continue the fight. And we will. Let me quickly send out some greetings. You know, prayers up for Papa Trevor Margine. Bonnie jump my virgin upon the live. Bonnie, you're gonna love the show tonight. You're gonna love it. Trust me. Joanna Marie, you're gonna love it too. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, my virgin, big up yourself, Laka Leka, and of course Roland from the UK. There are some people that I have not recognized over the years, and they played a pivotal role. One way or other, they played a pivotal role in my life. And so I just want to send out some greetings to just a few of those people. I want to say big up Natty Sprawl and Jaranji from down Salt Lane. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. I have two cousins. I have many cousins, but two of them come from Tivoli, Ivan and Marcia. And we just want to recognize them because when times were very difficult and hard, I found myself down at Tivoli for Sunday dinner quite frequently. Sunday dinner, my pocket money for go back to school because father couldn't afford it, mother was struggling, and I turned to them. And just want to say, Joan and Marcy and Ivan, sorry, not producer John. Marcy and Ivan, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Want to say big up to Craney from Allman and Ziggy. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Big up to the inner circle. the production team, behave yourself, producer Joan, producer OT, and of course, my main man, DJ Kevin. Where you there? Still. All right. Yes, Kev. So, we could jump into the thing and then we can do what we need to do and move on. Hold on a second. Remove. It's not up, Kevin. The
presentation.
The presentation, yeah. Big up yourself, Tigo. Do your thing. Later on, I know you're gonna jump up out of your beanbag there and start run up and down all over the place and shake your natty.
And
Elaine, big up yourself. Who else? Merlin Fed.
They're saying that it's cold in Jamaica also.
Yeah, well, I went out this morning. I'm not telling you. It's bitter. Bitter outside. Don says my booty they want to come pop off. Easy, Don. Easy. We got your speed. I got your speed.
It's all right, Don. Just take off the shoes. Don't, you know, save the shoes. Take it off.
Right, right.
And it has been cold here in South Florida also. Today, we managed to restore some level or something that resembles South Florida and the warmth of it. And we hit the 70s.
Wow.
Yes, yes. I even turned on the AC in the car today.
Wow.
So you know that it was pretty warm out there. And I did have to go out on the road early this morning. So Donald Thompson can't wait for the cold to leave alone.
Yo, Kevin, to be honest, me really not feel bad for you, because he show off the other day. He show off about why when the first wave of bad weather hit us. He show off. So when the cold weather, when the cold weather hit you down there secretly, you laugh.
I'm going to keep the secret here. But I can tell you right now, I'm about to turn on the AC here and have the fan going because it's getting a little bit warm in here. And I'm pretty sure as we get into the broadcast.
All right. All right, sir.
But needless to say, the university is in swing.
Full swing.
And as such, the provost is here. I am here. And we have guest lecturers today. So, provost, if you will.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor. Diane, folks, England is definitely cold. Diane, stay inside and keep warm, all right? Don't go outside if you don't have to. OT said, Kevin, I show up. You're right. I show up, but that's all right, It's all right. The jet stream can swing south again, like next week. So.
Yeah. I will have 2 more days of winter.
Yeah. My virgin Tigo will run, we left the cool and say bye-bye to me. Him down that ball, no? You want Jonah ball? Not laugh here, Tigo. Not laugh. All right, people. Sly, big up yourself. People, next week, we're going to play 3 hours of the Crown Prince, Dennis Brown. And then the week after, Sly and Robbie. 3 hours.
Provost, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think I did it again. Where I gave you the wrong document.
That's fine, no problem. Can't take
it. Looked like the right folder, but you were saying about next week's program.
Yeah, next week we have 3 hours. Dennis Brown, the singer that Bob Marley said is his favorite singer, And by all accounts, the best singer to reggae singer to come out of Jamaica. Um, love his music dearly, 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 dearly. But people like Bob Marley, Peter, Tosh, Bunny Wheelers, Dennis Brown, Gregory, them people make timeless music, you know.
Yes.
Music that you can play today, next month, next year, next 5 years, still relevant, still sound fresh, still music will still get you up, moving. And we have to give thanks and praise for the treasures that they've left behind for us, many of you to discover. But
Yes.
a lot of us, we know about the treasure and we appreciate it, you know, and we handle it with care. So next week we're
And
going to go ahead.
and it's amazing how they have this ability to back then have created timeless classics,
Right,
what we know as classics today, but are
right,
still relevant.
right, right. And you know, them say music can soothe the savage beast. And it's true, because sometimes you have some little issues and you just start listening to some songs and just take you away from the trials and tribulations of the present and
Yes.
kind of relax you and just, you know, you get all a vibe and then you come back and you approach your problem. So that's the plan for the next few weeks. Uh, Today we might stray a little bit from the schedule. You'll see the schedule up in a few moments, and I suspect that we will stray a little bit from it. But there is I want to touch on a piece with Minister Tufton, and I want to thank Kevin and producer Joan last night because them triggered something in my head last night. We were talking about a piece with Minister Tufton and how the commission flat out messed up. And what we did was we went and pulled, I think it's 5 or 6 cases
I think it's about seven.
involving 7 cases, yeah, involving politicians and high-ranking government officials that they should have been in prison right now,
Yeah.
but for the inaction or the action of the commission. And we're going to show you. And I've always said it that, well, not always. I used to call them the Integrity Commission, but when I started examining their investigations and their referrals and the way they've handled these investigations, it became abundantly clear to me that they're not living up to our expectations. No, when I criticize them, am I criticizing for them to lose their jobs? No, I don't have that power. What I'm doing is I'm merely bringing it to the fore so that they can understand and do a course correction, at least do an analysis of how they conduct investigations and see if there's a way that they can actually bring some justice to the process. And when I say justice to the process, I mean getting people sentenced to prison. Because as long as the politicians are investigated and go free, it doesn't send any message at all to the ordinary Jamaican. Well, actually, the message it sends is that corruption is part of the fabric of Jamaica and that we should just embrace and that we should just accept it. And I just don't see it that way. So I'm urging, imploring, beseeching, I'm begging the commission to put a little more effort into what they're doing, because a lot of the investigations they're incomplete. And when I criticize them with the best intentions. And it's for them to take these constructive criticisms examine them as I have examined the things they've done and come to terms. That's all I'm asking. But I can't sit here, given 1 sec, I just can't sit here and look at, read, read the investigation, see the shortcomings, and then just pretend as if everything is fine and not say anything. I have to, just in as much as I've said, I've criticized the Auditor General about certain things that she's done. We're all susceptible to making mistakes. But I can tell you this about the Auditor General. She has listened to us. She has listened to us. And
Yes.
I prove it to you that she's listened to us, because there's things that she's done, because I've read her reports as well. And I look and I say, well, wait a minute. Kevin and I would have talked about this, like, a while back. And we had urged her and say, Auditor General, you need to do something about this. And she did. Kudos to her. I mean, I love her to death. I love her to death. And the reason why I think we haven't seen more from her is because she's hamstrung. She's tied by the Financial Administrative and Audit Act. She's tied by all of these laws. I think they should just revise the laws and give her a little bit more power. They haven't done that. And so what she can do, or what she's able to do, is just to make referrals. And once she makes a referral, it's out of her hand. They do whatever they want to do. That's all. She can't prosecute anybody. She can only make referrals. Go
Right.
ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh, you mentioned something just now. Welcome, Pearly May. Your first time. Welcome. It's a process to get caught up with everything. Just to let you know, you're interested in the school bus. We still are, and we'll talk about it. But you mentioned something as it relates to addressing the government, speaking of the government and their actions. There are some people that will watch clips of the broadcast, they'll watch the broadcast, and they will say that this program takes a political side. There's none of that happening here. And I don't think I can emphasize it enough. There isn't a green preference or an orange preference or any color preference at all. Well, outside of the three main ones, the black, green, and the gold. That is where the preference lies. And so anybody that is on this broadcast, listening in, whether live or afterwards, if you take that position, I suggest you look into yourself. Because as we talk about what is happening in the country of Jamaica and how it is affecting each and every one of us, and I say each and every one of us, it doesn't really matter if we live outside of the country. We're still Jamaicans and we're still affected by what happens at home. Some of us still have relatives there. And what is being done, what is happening to Jamaica, and what has happened to Jamaica and Jamaicans is all of our business. And it's about time it is exposed. And this is the first time anywhere that something like this is happening, especially on the level that it is happening here, where we're presenting you the documents to substantiate our argument. So if you have an opinion, cool, we welcome that. But don't decide that you are going to dispute the truth with an opinion and make it and expect that it's supposed to make sense. Provost.
Yeah. Speaking of documents, right? I have a document here. They probably can't see it. But you know what this is, folks? This is, and I got this morning from the Ministry of National Security. I won't show it today. I'll show it next week. But Kev, when you look at this document, you'll clearly see an attempt to distort the truth. And I don't want to call her name because this has nothing to do with her. She just sent it to me, and I know where it came from. But you can next week when next week we're going to put up the one that we have already, the chart, and we're going to put up this new chart. And I just looked at it. It came in this morning, and I printed it, and I just looked at it, and you're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked when you see it, when you see this stuff here. You're going to be shocked when you look at the numbers. This is a joke, man. Them tell us that
Is that
murder
the
was
murder
what?
rate?
This is the
Murder?
murder rate. This is it. Yeah, this is the murder rate for 20. Yeah, from 2016 to 2025, and you, no, ah, you're going to laugh when you see this, Kevin. Them whiteout things, and it looked like them not realize that when you photocopy something in your whiteout, people can't see the whiteout. You can't see the whiteout on this. You can see it. The whiteout one,
It looks a little
two,
darker.
3, 4, 5. About five categories. And then on top of that, they white out the totals. They white out the totals. So what that means, and you can see where you can when you look at it, you can see where there been they white out stuff going back to 2016. But that's fine. We can show this next week and we'll go over it. Let me just quickly run over the thing and then where there. Okay, here we go. Big up yourself, SSB. Big up yourself, producer Joan, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Yeah, this is what we're talking about today. Minister Tufton and the procurement issues at the University Hospital of the West Indies and Market Me. And you're gonna see some connections. You're gonna see some similarities. Bankruptcy relief for the average person. Big up yourself, Miss East Coast. Beach access for all. Upcoming Diaspora conference in Montego Bay. And we have some things that we want to. There's one thing I want to show all of you, and you're gonna laugh. Kevin and Joan and OT, they saw it. But I'm gonna show it to you guys. And for all of you who will say, no, give them nothing, Ratty, no, show them nothing. There's nothing they can do with this information. And I need to show it to you. I can't keep it to myself because this information is not going anywhere. It's there, but it's just that people don't look and compare and contrast. But that's what we do around here. Faculty, of course, provost and we need to take off the adjunct. Professor Joan, we need to take off adjunct. The man get promoted, man. Guest lecturers, Devon Taylor, Miss Monique CHRISTIE, both from JABBEM. She's the coordinator for Western Jamaica. And most of you know Devon. He was on last week. He's been on a few times. Always informative whenever he comes on. We walk away smarter by having him on. President of JABBEM. Big up yourself, Dr. Devon Taylor. And of course, we have Diana VALLE. She's going to come and talk about bankruptcy. So all of you, especially those in America, if you have any financial issues, let me rephrase. If you have debtors knocking on your door and you think you might need some relief, you need to tune in to today's program when this lady, actually we like to tune in for the entire program, but particularly when she gets on, you need to listen. All right. I'm going to take a small break. I'll be right back. Yes.
Okay.
Provost.
Okay. All right, Provost.
Yes, Professor. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the part where I remind us of certain things. Engagement norms, as we term them, where, and thanks to producers OT and Joan for putting this together, we encourage that you be active listeners and to have an open mind. These first four items go hand in hand. Be an active listener, have an open mind, use time effectively, and be present. And I say those go hand in hand because when we're open minded, we'll listen in order to get an understanding and not just to find an opportunity to respond. And so when we put those first four together, it puts us in a position that enables us to take the most out of this broadcast. Comments to contribute from our constructive standpoint. Doing so is important. Why is this important? We don't want frivolous conversation in the comment section. We don't want distractions. We don't want the unnecessary chatter. We do want things that will help us to think And when I say us, I mean all of us. Not because we're the presenters does it mean that we stand hard and fast on one aspect of information and that is all that there is. No, it goes bigger than that, and your contribution plays a big role in what we present. Celebrate the contributions of others. Don't just beat down anybody that has an opinion in the comment section. It might be far out of next field. Okay, thank you for your contribution. We see that you heard something caught your ear, and you responded. That is not where we're going with this right now. So hold on to that comment. Let's move on from here. That kind of is the kind of response that we want when anything like that happens. So don't just beat anybody down. And those that have an opposing opinion, well, let's hear your argument. Let's hear where you're coming from so that we can build on it. And most of all, we want to enjoy the experience. It's a once in a week. Yeah, this particular experience happens once a week. So let's enjoy it. There are a whole lot of other things that we're doing every day till we get to this point. So let's immerse ourselves in this moment. And this is where we can take little notes and write down little things that when Wednesday come, no, you can call in to the Come Reason with Rattigan broadcast, where he takes calls and he discusses your issues and he addresses your questions. But this is where you gather some of that information from to take it there. So, in a nutshell, that is what we want to be mindful of. And I'm going to pause that for a moment and address a couple of other things until the provost comes back. The audio is gone, or your audio is gone. NRMDP. So treasure bullhead. You can't hear anything. Is anybody else having that issue? I didn't put on my monitor, but on the other broadcast platform I can hear it. So is it that okay, so whatever it is, can somebody message to NRMDP and help them through that, because they probably can't hear any of the solutions that I'm giving. They probably turn down their device or hit the mute button, something. But clearly they're alone in that department. There is an event for those of you who are in South Florida. Let me go ahead and share this with you guys. It's let me play this video real quick. It's an event that happens at a church that I play drums at. So, and it's coming up in it is titled the Spring Gospel Concert. So let me give you this real quick.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson, Evangelist Bridget Blurcher, Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida, 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Station Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
Okay, so that's coming up. And if you're in South Florida, I encourage you to show up. If you want tickets, you can reach out to me. Easy way to reach me. You can call me 773-789 Stew is how you get in touch with me. Everybody should have that number by now. 773-789-7839. You can call, text, WhatsApp, Telegram, whichever way you do it. You can communicate on your by telephone. That's how you do it. 773-789 Stew. And you can yeah, that's going to be a good concert, Melissa. So if you're in South Florida, know some people in South Florida that would enjoy an event like that. Go ahead and come on over. I probably won't be playing drums that day. I'm playing drums every Sunday, but that day I'll be engineering the audio for the event. So you missed the date and time and the address. You missed all of that. Wasn't that? I'm pretty sure that was on the commercial. That was on there, wasn't it? Was it 6401 Sunset Strip in Sunrise, Florida? It's the First Baptist Church of Sunrise, and yeah, a lot of people enjoy the music of Glacier Robinson. A lot of people enjoy the music of Bridget Blucher, and so it would be an event. Lots of people like Second Chance. Yeah, it is down in Sunrise, Florida. So come on down. Now, the provost mentioned earlier that before he comes on and relaxes the crowd, I'll be on. I want to emphasize it's on Reggae Global Radio. It's not on YouTube. On Reggae Global Radio, this particular broadcast. And so, just like some people are listening to Reason with Rattigan right now on Reggae Global Radio, I'm on at 8 o'clock in a different capacity. My once a week capacity where I play music a lot and talk a little. And then comes the rebel to relax. Yeah. Dr. Love, I was in contact with him this week and he said he should be ready. Let me confirm that. So I didn't fill you in with that little bit of information, Provost, but let me confirm that. So Dr. Love has been on the road to recovery since the hurricane. They sustained some damage in his community and specifically to his residents. And he's been on the mend. So those who have been extending prayers for Dr. Love, yes, he's been recuperating or fixing up, rebuilding. That is what I wanted to say, rebuilding, because he didn't get sick. The property and everything else got damaged. So he's been rebuilding and is in a much better position now. So those who could pray, those who could send a little thing to him, thank you, thank you, thank you. And he thanks you too. Welcome back, Provost.
Yeah. Let me just say, big up Cora. She's a musicologist. At least that's how I see her. And she's happy that we're playing Bob Marley tonight and that we recognize Bonnie and Peter alongside Bob. Because, you know, there's a tendency to kind of like just think of Bob Marley. And we forget that he was there with these men, you know, and they made major contributions to the music, as he did, you know. And so we need to recognize all of them. But tonight we're also going to recognize a whole bunch of people. I mean, Kev, I want to big up a dearly departed friend of mine, Kojak, because he was the one who turned me on to the fact that there were so many people who actually played with Bob Marley. I mean, they were part of the band. He told me about this guy named Juna Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know about this man. Yeah. And this was back in the 70s, early 80s. Kojak told me about this guy. But people, we all know about Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, and Bunny Wailer, right? But did you know that before there was an I3s, then we'd have like an I2. There's a lady named Cherry Smith who used to sing with Bob Marley, backing vocals, and she sang for 3 years with him. Another lady called Beverly Kelso for 2 years. And then we have a guy named Constantine Walker. We hear about the last version of Bob Marley, Rita Marley, Marcia Griffiths, Judy Mowat, Al Anderson, Seco Patterson, China Smith, Donald Kinsey, Junior Marvin. We hear about all of them people, Family Man Barrett, Carlton Barrett, Erlinger. But how many of you knew that there was a Cherry Smith who used to sing with Bob Marley? There's a Beverly Kelso, there's a Junior Brathwaite, and there was a Constantine Walker. So we have to pay a tribute to all of them people because they all contributed mightily to the music. And sadly, they're gone and they're forgotten. People don't hear anything about them. But had it not been for them, there probably would have never been a Bob Marley and the Wailers. So big up. All right. We have 8 minutes. I don't know what we can do in 8 minutes before we get our first guest.
Well, there's a rest of the information.
Sorry.
Slide.
Put it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Man himself. The greatness of a man is not how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. Positive vibrations. That's where it come from. We're not talking about the negativity. We don't have no time for that. Yes, indeed. There's one here. I'm going to leave it up and just almost like a moment of silence for you to kind of absorb it. It's very simple, a few words, but I want you to just sit back, look at it, and absorb it. We know that one that come from Marcus, the great man. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves.
And some people think it's Bob's line.
Yeah, I know. But it came from the great man himself. The one, the only, the legend, the liberator, Marcus Mosiah. I think this is the one. The next one is the one I want you to just. Oh, somebody said Delano Franklin. Franklin Delano and Megawatt. Yeah, that's another musicologist, Mega. Mega know everything, Why? We can't ask him no question. But when I ask a question on the show, I have to make sure him not there wrong. Because I'm going to answer it and just spoil the fun, So, but here it is, people. Sit back. Read this and just breathe. Breathe. Look on this. Let me just say, Leslie and all of the people I'm joining us, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Joel Vaz said Beverly Kelso did the simmer down vocals. She's very much alive, lives in Bronx, New York. There you go. Getting back to this. Some people feel the rain. Others just get wet. Kevin, I'll share a quick story with you. In Saudi Arabia, it doesn't really rain in a brethren. For the first year and a half that I lived there, not a single drop. Right? Not a single drop. And then I went on break. And I went to Europe. I went to started out in England. And England known for rain, right? And I walk down the street, enter rain. And Kevin, for me, it was a different feeling than everybody. Everybody I try to run out of the rain, and me I walk and me I enjoy it. And I said, this is nature. This is what it's supposed to feel like. This is it. But they wouldn't realize that I come from a place where me no see rain, me no feel rain. And now I come, and it's like, believe me in my element. Me I walk down the street and people look at me like I'm crazy. But I was feeling the rain. I wasn't getting wet. I was feeling the rain. So
how did that experience change for you? how did that experience change for you when you started feeling snow?
When they start what?
When you started feeling snow?
Can't come for you if you just come rain for my parade, you know, or snow for my parade. You can't come for you if you come snow for my parade. Like, so, you know, so I have to put up with people. Pray for me. Pray for me. But this is it. Some people feel the rain, others just get wet. People view it as a nuisance. I get out that. And not for other people, them just enjoy. Because what happened? Rain is water, as we know, and water is life.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do every day. Celebrate life. Celebrate life. But it even got deeper than just that level where me experience. It even got deeper than that. But all of you reading that thing, you know how it affects your life. You know how this affects how it applies to your life. And I just want you to absorb it and remember it. Some people feel the rain. Others just get wet. There you go. This is Marcus again. Intelligence rules the world. Ignorance carries the burden. And guess what? Intelligent people have to carry that burden too because they have to deal with the ignorant. So it's a cycle.
And you know, as Jamaicans, we have a tendency to say, boy, you know, sometimes them just make me ignorant. Nobody makes anybody ignorant, people. Ignorance is a state of not knowing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we need to get to the point where some of our slang, some of our expressions will start to take a pause and say, wait, hold on. Take note of what you're saying. And do it in a place of love where we're not making anybody, not trying to make anybody feel stupid, not or anything like that, but more so to say, hey, I know you probably caught on to this when you were much younger. Let's go ahead and explain what this really means so that we can use things in proper context. You know, I used to always say context matters. Let's use things in proper context. And so we get the opportunity to help to raise our brothers and sisters up when we're in a position of no, and we help them to get there also.
Right. I say, worship the Lord, have good friend better than pocket money. I particularly like this one from Sheila Buckler that said, some people feel the pain and others just get hurt.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, we have some bright students running in. All of our students are bright, you know. This is where the bright people come on a Saturday, you know, right around here. Right around here. Folks, well, wait now for, I say Monique is here. I don't say Dr. Taylor, but Monique, if you would, please turn on your camera and then we'll just introduce you to student body. Now, while she's doing that, Kevin, I'm going to pull down some videos while she's doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see what's going on. Yeah, because after, hold on.
You know, one thing that I had gotten, I think you shared it with me last night, that I didn't get to put on that image from the Jamaica Observer.
Which one is that?
With the
yeah, so Devon there now. All right. Before I bring on Devon people, you mean the picture from the
Grand. The Princess
what was that?
Grand. At the Princess Grand in Jamaica.
That what? That's the infirmary?
No. That one we have, but the one
All right, you can pull that for me, please. Let me just use it to introduce my brethren now.
Oh, the
Yes,
center.
people, the program today are nice. Nice like spice. Trust me. Trust me. And it get to the point now where, 5 hours it just not seem enough time to do justice to the topics.
Yeah,
Because
it blows off quickly sometimes.
yeah, 5 hours go by real fast. And I thought that all right, we went from went from 2 to 3 to 5 to 7 to I think 8. And then we went back to 5. And it just because Jamaica is so content rich, people. So
Yeah.
content rich. If find it, let me because I want to play something caught my eye this week. And I didn't know the connection between JABBEM and this artist. And then I sent it to Devon, and Devon said, yeah, man, our people. So
Oh, yes.
we're going to play that. And then also, Devon had an aerial shot when we talk about the beach and all the government. Some evil things are going on in Jamaica and right under the people them nose. And it's like the people them just, I don't know if them don't see it or them don't care or them just too beat down to do anything about it and them just accept it. Whatever happened, just happened.
Well,
I don't know.
there's
So
there's also a position where people don't know and they don't know that they don't know.
that's true.
And that is pretty much like the worst position to be in. Something has changed here.
You want me to send it back to you?
No, no, no. It is here, but it is how our information changed.
Because I can send it back to you if you want to.
No, I just need to get into the folder.
Yeah, come I need for I can't bring on the dread and young lady without this kind of introduction.
Without the proper introduction, I understand.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so, I crave your indulgence. And this is another thing too, that I probably should let everyone know. The method by which I connect with the provost on a Saturday afternoon, we're also working on modifying that so that we have a better connection space. Right now, the one that we have is giving me grief sometimes. And that's why we have to, I don't know if you pick up on it, we're not trying to hide it, where we go ahead and,
Yes, yeah.
yeah,
All right.
we might
Yeah,
have a
no.
discussion to pass some time.
All right. Let me move this. Down here.
As you're doing
All
that,
right,
let me go
people.
turn on my AC. Come and start
Yeah,
sweating.
All right, people. There's an artist, the artist who just won the Grammy for
Grammy.
reggae artist, and I'd seen the name, but never really pay attention to it. And this is when I talked to Dr. Taylor, and him tell me, say, yeah, very conscious artist. Anyway, we just all play you a little piece of it, and then we're going to show you a picture that will lead us into the discussion with Dr. Taylor and Miss CHRISTIE. All right, hold on. Let me just hold on there. Hold on there. Okay, it's there. All right, see man.
Them sell out we land on the beautiful beaches. All for the tourists. Business is business. This is my country, it's broken in pieces. This is my country, run by the leader, the elitist, exploiting the weakest, while violence increases. Whoa, crab in a barrel and everybody get a little bit greedy. Whoa, na na na. My island, oh, you sit in a bondage. This little island in a colonial bondage. My island, oh, yes, it in a bondage, yeah. My island, I am of them in a hostage.
Yeah. Serious lyrics. And then, folks, take a look at this. Beachfront property, St. Anne's Bay Infirmary. And you see right below it, you see what it says? Closes soon.
At the time of day, man. What?
See that? So, people, without further ado, let me bring on Dr. Devon Taylor, and who's president of JABBEM, and Miss MONIQUE CHRISTIE, who is the coordinator for JABBEM for Western Jamaica. Here we go.
Hi,
MONIQUE,
gentlemen. Walaikum salam. Alhamdulillah. I didn't realize you would be a fay with the, correct greeting.
We never want to show up because Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam, Aki. Walaikum. You're a Muslim?
Indeed.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. Dr. Devon Taylor, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself.
Blessings.
There it is. We'll put it out there. The picture, the artist, and the conversation begins.
Yes, greetings ones and ones. Happy to be back. Yeah, I mean, we'll start with the good news. You show Kesnam the clip, and the world right now, is coming into tune to Kesnam's consciousness as it relates to the historical role that music play in activism, within Jamaica. And I was an integral part of the fight for liberation. And so it's fitting that, this album, came to as the winner, right? Now, it's not that we are waiting for Babylon to pick our winners, but, JABBEM and Kesnam, they linked up sometime before, when we first heard Kesnam, the track Colonial Bondage. And after, having some good reasoning, we'll find out, says really the movement, influenced him to write that track there, right? So it was fitting that, we strike up a collaboration. It was very easy that him agreed to serve as one of JABBEM's cultural ambassador in this fight against plantation tourism and what we see is happening at the coastline. So, we had to recognize his victory in winning the Grammy and doing it using the music that has historically played a very critical part in the redemption of I&I. So, we want the ones them for just check out the album, and just listen to the music on the album without casting any, judgment on the artist. Look at the work and look at how the work is consistent with, deep-rooted, reggae music, which is rooted in the liberation. So yeah, it's fitting. So you share another clip, and before I introduce Monique and just let the world get some more of Monique's insight, as she's really leading up the western part of the island, one of the towards the Mecca of Jamaica, Montego Bay, is what we're seeing unfolding in St. Anne, right? So everybody knows that St. Anne is also ground zero for, the beach access fight. And the entire coastline of St. Anne is just under pressure from, various different interests wanting beachfront property to build guest houses, to build hotel, build villas, all kind of, economic, exploitation, if you will, along the coastline. So when we spot the Minister of Local Government, Desmond Mackenzie, making the announcement that the infirmary in Senance Bay will be moved because it suffered damages from, Hurricane Melissa. And so that, building that you're now projecting on the screen that sits right on the coastline right there, it begs the question. So does it mean that everything along that coastline will be also moved? So there'll be no guest houses, there will be no villas, nothing along the coastline. Why are we picking on the infirmary? And of course, we know the infirmary host people who are, going through hard times, so some of them really have no folks. So they end up in these kind of facility that cares for the least fortunate among us. And we know what the coastline really represent, is a space of relaxation, is a very therapeutic space. So you can just imagine how life hard on you, and you can just kind of venture out in that wide open space, take a tracks down to the beach, walk on the sand. Oh, that can be therapeutic, right? And the infirmary is just feet away from the road. So to really kind of use the argument that it's unsafe because of Melissa's passing, where Center never really get the worst of it, and that infirmary went through Gilbert, Allen, name all of the big storms they were passed through and still standing. So we view that as really a segue into the whole disaster capitalism, where they're just using the storm to move this because they wanted to move it a long time ago. That was actually that announcement was made before even Melissa, right? And then we could actually check the archive of the news to see that they always wanted to move it. And I think it's because it sits on prime real estate property, and they get the chance now to do it. So, if the people of Senton, including myself, want this space to stay, we're going to have to fight for it. We're going to have to fight that, it's lands that we think, the least fortunate among us should stay on. They can, whatever damage there, build it stronger, right? But the space offers a lot of therapy, and accessibility for, how we really care for our least fortunate among us. So that was, something we wanted to bring out there. So I want to introduce Monique, as a member of the JABBEM family. Monique leads up JABBEM's operation in the western part of the country, from Trelawney into Montego Bay and into another space. And she is from Flanker. She's been blazing a trail. I'm sure you have seen her on Smile Jamaica when she unleash to the world, the way all things are arranged, as where beaches are vested, and how the government is actually exploiting its rights to these lands, and the rights not lying with the people, but the government can do what it wants to do with these lands. And so she had that star appearance. And so I think right now Monique is really handling the matter as it relates to Flanker Providence Beach, which is one of JABBEM's case, and is a beach that is very important to not only the Flanker community but all the communities around. And she is the lead that handles that and trying to protect that space from displacement and dispossession. So we'll allow Monique to share more.
Yeah, you want me? We have the picture of the bungalows in the water. You want me put up that to introduce Monique, or it's up to you?
You can. It's
all right, there you go.
Go ahead. Just a point of correction, Devon. Think of us, the surrounding communities, as the ward. The ward. We are here to protect this right for the general public. The free access is the right of every Jamaican to be able to access the public beaches and also to use the ocean freely. whether it is to support your family or just to, be able to feed yourself in that moment. And so when these resources are removed from the people, and not just temporarily, but permanently removed, being sold off to international investors with just the scraps coming back to the community. You have the, as I said, that's basically exploitation. And we as Jamaicans really need to stand up and put our foot down, say, no, we need to be a part of the plan and an integral part of the plan for the use of our natural resources and the proliferation for our future generations as well. Not just the rich, not just those who can afford to go, rent a bungalow for thousands of American dollars per night when we don't even make that per year. So that is something that we are on the front lines fighting for in JABBEM at the moment.
What's the reaction like from the developers? Have you been in contact with them? How about government officials, or are you just a voice crying out in the wilderness?
We're not a voice crying out in the wilderness. We are sounding the abeng, and we are calling the warriors to the front lines, because this is an egregious, what would you call it? The persons that we elected, and to monitor, to manage the resources of our country for our embetterment. Are you literally selling it off, giving it away for scraps, and telling us we should be we should be not willing, we should be happy, thankful that we can get the 50 jobs as butlers, pool boys, and go and get a skill as a bartender on our property, and it should be invested and feeding ourselves, our people. And so we are not taking too kindly to that. The government is hoping that we will go away. I would like to let them know we're not leaving, and we will not stop sounding the alarm. And we are taking every opportunity to educate the persons on the ground, because we know ourselves as Jamaican. Once we are aware of what it actually means, what is the long-term outcome of these, because those beaches, they see them as billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. We see that as a natural resources, enjoyment, just coming down, being able to take advantage of the resources for, whether for recreational or to manage our finances, build our communities, build our businesses, whatever it is. We see that as our resources to use for our embetterment. And unfortunately, they see this as a money-making scheme. They see this as billions of dollars that can be exported or enriching themselves for getting that. Before, we didn't employ you for yourself. We employed you for the benefit of us as Jamaicans, per se. So they've been quiet, but we aren't remaining quiet.
Let me put this picture up before Professor come on. Let me just put this picture up and ask you to walk us through it. Explain to us what we're looking at and the impact it's having on the society. Oh, there it is. Kevin, you can big that up for me, please.
Rattigan, there's another picture that's the Princess Sensitive, the mangrove in Hanover. There's another image that reflects the one that is in the Montego Bay space. Check your archive. But in general, I mean, money can talk about what Overlook Water Bungalow will do, right?
While Overwater Bungalow is the current or the new frontier of luxury, for us as Jamaicans, what this represents is the privatization of the seascape itself. So they're turning what once was a communal property, access to the sea, into a luxury, exclusively paid for resource, right? So that robs us of use of the sea. They're building on the water. So this is blocking the fishing routes. So fishermen won't be able to access the inner the inner channels to navigate from what you would call ocean to the localized sea of the of Jamaica. So basically, they would be locked outside of the reefs because when they put up these overwater bungalow, you have no access. They have the right, according to international law, to basically limit or remove your access to that part of the sea. So from the edge of the platforms that you are looking at. So for example, on your screen, the edge of the, what would you call that? The bungalow, so to speak. That's a 500-meter perimeter that they can refuse access. So the local population wouldn't be able to fish in that area. We wouldn't be able to canoe. We would have the loss of access. And what this represents for the people is basically a colonization of the water. This excludes Jamaicans from their own resources. And so while the government takes this opportunity to now lease or sell, privatizing the coastal lands to private developers, what we as the local population need to do is to ensure that these lands and spaces are protected for public use and access. And this is a downright betrayal of public trust when the public entities, like, for example, in our space, the Flanker Providence Beach, the airport authority uses these lands to facilitate private luxury tourism. They're choosing foreign investors over Jamaican citizens. And this is legalizing the dispossession of the beaches and the sea access points to the local population who needs to have inherent access and rights to these spaces. So if we are to tie this into the lived reality for our people, we could say that this is a loss of livelihood. So the fishermen can no longer access their traditional fishing grounds. The beach vendors lose their customers, as it is, the convenience tourism of plantation. The convenience of plantation tourism, the all-inclusive access, and of course this spiritual and cultural erasure, where the sea has always been a place where we baptize, we mourn, we celebrate, we heal. And when you cut off access to these ancestral practices, what you're doing is just denying us this, our lived experience. And of course, for our children to see these no trespassing signs on the beaches that we have always known that they belong to us, the message is you don't belong here. It's a basically a stolen future, because when the Jamaican, the next generation, we will become a landlocked island, while the seas, the oceans, and the beaches become a playground for the rich. And that is the reality for Jamaicans as a whole.
If you look on your screen, you'll see a picture there of the 18 overwater bungalows. I think that's in your neck of the woods, right?
Yes. This is
Can
the
you talk to
proposal.
us? It's a proposal, but can you talk to us about that? What kind of resistance have you seen from the community that's directly affected by this? Or is it one of those things where there's just badmanship, where them just come in and the government say, fine, do whatever you want, do, and they're just moving along?
Oh no, the first line, the first what would you call it? The persons that are most the overarching group that is impacted by this would be the fishermen. And the fisher community have been explaining to us that this is these overwater bungalows are basically blocking the access channel. So if you look at the picture on your screen, you'll notice that the sea is divided into two different colors, and that's natural, by the way. And the line you see going through, which separates the deep blue from the more light greenish blue, or azure, as you would call it, that is the reef, right? So the reef divides the more shallow protected waters from the deep ocean. And so when the waves come in off the ocean, they are basically broken into smaller pieces by the reefs. And now naturally there are little breaks in the reef, little channels that you can exit the shallow areas from the deep areas, so to speak. And these channels are also, for example, in Montego Bay, one of the prime channels that was blocked by hotels building the overwater bungalows. They literally closed it off, and you have persons on jet skis telling the local population, fishers alike, you cannot, drive your boat here. You cannot sail in this area. This is private property, and basically that's against the laws and the constitution as they exist. You cannot own the sea. The sea is for the public, and yet we are being told, hey, private property, you have to go around. So what happens where, for example, if the sea becomes rough and the fisher folk need to access these channels so they can come into safe harbor, you find that they're locked out because they have built jetties across these fishing naturally, built channels, and they've blocked out saying, hey, this is now private property. So we're asking the persons who are employed by the country to safeguard our rights, to safeguard our resources. Where were you when they are now leaving the fisher folk out in deep waters to be taken over by these powerful waves, and fishing the channels, the natural channels that would take you into safe harbor, is being blocked by jetties and international investors building their overwater bungalows? And that is the question that we need to ask, and basically demand that our government erase this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
So hi again, Monique.
Hi.
The fishermen and the communities that are supplied or serviced by these fishermen.
Yes.
Looking at the proposal, let me go ahead and put this back up. So the proposal is on the
Right.
left, the affected area is on the right.
Right.
They already have property out there where the proposed area is. They have already they've already affected the community to some extent. Correct?
Yes. They've already built, hotels have already built overwater bungalow in the area. And and when they were building the overwater bungalow and informed the fisher folk, they were saying, hey, this is particularly close to this major channel that we use to access the safe harbor beyond the reef. And they said, we won't block it. It'll be there. It'll be access. Boom, 1.5 to 2 years later, it is blocked. And you are being told you cannot access that space. So now, if you come across rough weathers, this is as reported by the fisher folk, you have to then sail to a different natural channel where you are able to access, coming beyond the reef. And they're saying that this is small and it is more dangerous for their fisher vessels. And so that puts them at an added risk. So this particular channel that is now at risk to be, colonized, shall we say, or privatized, we are saying, no, we've seen you do this. We've seen you do this. And at this point, we will not take your promises. And one would ask the question, or one as a Jamaica should ask the question, where was NEPA when all of this was happening? While we were on our beach, the flanker Providence Beach, cleaning up, and this was last year during Labor Day, a lady from NEPA popped up. Oh, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing this. So we were asking her, how did you come? How is it that you are here on a public holiday You're not on today. You're not working. And she was like, oh, she's just passing, and she decided to share. I said, when they were blocking the fishing channel, it's so, what a coincidence. You've never happened upon that the fishing channel is blocked by jetty. And though this has been reported to you, nothing has come of it. So these international investors have more rights to our resources than we ourselves. We don't have the right to take our rake, to take up the little dry bramble on the local public beach because we are killing mangrove. When their proposal is literally, when the hotel's proposal is literally telling you we're going to remove the mangrove completely, you tell me, who stands to benefit? Is it the Jamaican? Is it worth the permanent loss of access to these resources, to these spaces that have such spiritual meanings for us, that are core memories in our childhood that we want to pass on to future generation? These are the lived experiences that we need to ensure are, a part of our legacy. And you're telling me I don't have the right to draw a rake across the beach because I'm endangering the mangrove, which is so precious. But, these are the questions that are no longer up for discussion, so to speak, as the government closes you out of the out of the spaces where they would be discussed. There are no longer town halls where, okay, these proposals are being made, where the communities are being made aware of these proposals, so our voices can be heard. Instead, we are being informed, hey, this is the plan, and that's what we are going to move forward with, and you fix yourself after. And if we will not be party to fixing ourselves in the shackles, we are not going to put them around our feet and neck and just ask which one of you should we call massa. There will be no massas here. We have fought, we have bled for this, and these resources were not given to us. We had to die for it, and it's basically ours. So the persons employed by the general public to manage these resources they're aware that, Jamaicans are only calm as long as we are unaware of this. And the more persons become aware, they're asking, is this really what is happening? Is this literally what is being done? And you have to explain to them, yes, this is literally what's being done. If you were to just come on the ground and hear what the propaganda machines are saying about the beach, saying that they're going to fix it for us. So we are fighting, saying you can't fix the beach for us.
Yes.
To give you somewhere else. We are not. It was pointed out to me, the dichotomy or the travesty in one of the renovated beaches in Montego, Harmony Park. The beach closes at 5 or let's say 6 p.m. So as a local personnel, you're not allowed on the beach. You have to get up, pack up, and leave. You can go and walk around on the park, but the beach is no longer accessible to you. The beach opens at 7. What do you mean the beach opens? The public space opens at 7. So if you decide to get up in the morning, Mr. Kevin, and say, okay, I'm going to run on the beach. No, that's not accessible to what exactly is happening to the Jamaican space. Well, we are basically being corralled. We are being penned. And then this is being sold to you as for your protection. For my protection, how? For my protection from what? The sun or the salt in the water? What exactly is it that I need protection from that you're going to close the beach and tell me?
From whom?
And yet someone can access, can buy from the international investor can come and say, okay, I'd like to spend a weekend on the beach and wake up 3 a.m. in the morning and go to the beach and stay on the beach to watch the sunset 7, 8, 9 p.m. and go and have a drink on the beach. And yet as the local, this right is denied to me, and that is for my protection. And that is basically ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And these are, the government that we have employed as basically the safeguards for our resources are, we have to just say this is thievery. That's no longer development. Displacement in designer clothes. And we have to call it like it is. And we, as JABBEM, are demanding that the prescriptive act, sorry, talk too much.
It's not talking too much. It's having a lot to say.
Yeah, take a moment. Let your son bring you some water. But Monique is really really pointing out the way how these overwater bungalow is now the acceleration of the whole dispossession, right? It is actually the privatization, as you pointed out, of public resources. And unlike beach license, which are revocable every year and has to be renewed every year, the overwater bungalow is a exclusive license for a longer time. And if we understand those correctly, those are minimum 25 years, right, in which those leases are. We have applied for through ATI to see the conditions of these lease, and that has not been given to us. So we are not sure as to how much these developers are paying. We have an idea that they're really not paying anything that is substantial for what they're actually getting, right? So this is something that we cannot afford to allow to continue to proliferate in the country. And Monique covers all the bases, right? She points out also, if you bring up the one from Princess Sense in the mangrove, that was built we could, that one right there, to the left are mangrove forests that have been impacted. And we know we are losing the mangroves in Jamaica. Up to last week, the government is declaring that they're seeking to look for legal protection of mangrove. But they're allowing these developments to be built right next to inside the mangrove forest. This is why this development is called Princess Sense in the Mangrove, right? I mean, if you the flanker project, right? And we're talking about protecting mangrove, but we are allowing things to be built in mangrove to show you the contradiction and the hypocrisy of the government, right?
And to that point, let me say something about the mangroves as well. Sorry about that. When the EIA came out for the Flanker Providence Beach area, the hotelier had proposed that even though these mangroves would be destroyed, they'll replant them somewhere else, to mitigate the damage, and what it was brought to the forefront that you can't replant these mangroves. There has never been a successful transplantation of these mangroves. They die. They either grow naturally or they die. So basically, this means, and what this brings to the forefront, and I want us to pay keen attention to this, is that they know that by ripping up these mangroves, we cannot propagate it in another area.
Right.
And the government knows, the hotelier knows, we the people don't know, and our natural resources are being destroyed. And so what is that at this point? At that point, if it's not coming back, because we're not going to allow it to grow where we've built our overwater bungalow, where we've built our hotels. And yet, it will not grow where we put it. What are you saying? You're literally killing off the mangrove. You can't come to me and tell me, we've noticed a decline and we're looking for ways to... No, you're not. You're literally not. You're saying one thing, but your actions are telling me that you couldn't care less. Go ahead, Devon. My apologies.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You know what? I can't help but notice in this picture. I was focused on the
bungalow.
bungalows, But then I look beyond. And
Yes.
when we look at a beach, me say, and so now they bend because they can't,
Yes.
you can't use that space over there because they're going to consider that private space. So you ban from, and now this bend the other way, you know, so them take over that space as well.
Exactly.
So when are they going to stop?
And what we have to
all this right
recognize
here.
is that you have read the last survey that was done, and this was in 2005. Correct me if I'm wrong, Devon. We had less than 3 miles of beach accessible to the public. Less than 3 miles. We are
In
now
this area.
26, where hotels are popping up faster than controversial. Let's take that back. Hotels are popping up so quickly, and we have to acknowledge that at this point, it is no longer, we can't even say, all right, leave the rest for us. There's nothing left. So now all of it needs to be open to every Jamaican. It was always our right. It is our resources, and Jamaicans need to be given the access. It needs to be enshrined in our constitution that the access to the beach is our inherent right.
So these bungalows took away the channel that you were referring to earlier for the fishermen.
Not
So
these.
not these, but
No.
bungalows like these.
Bungalows, exactly so. And so what happens is that this bungalow here is attached to the island, as you can see. So prior, the bungalow was basically the one that has blocked the fishing channel was basically an island by itself. And what happened was the hotel became aware of or they did the cost analysis and saw that, hey, transporting the guests to and from their overwater bungalow, the cost was too high. So they blocked the fishing channel and we no longer have access. And that's basically, we are now competing against the bottom line of these hoteliers. And we have to ask ourselves, is that where we fall in the grand scheme of things? That's basically, we need to shift the story. It's not tourism versus the people. It is more justice versus greed. The sea was never a commodity. It is for us, the commons, the heritage, and our right.
So we have essentially sold out the protection of our country by way of selling out the natural protection of the reef and mangroves. And the mangroves, which serve as nesting beds for some of the marine life that feeds some communities.
Yes, and this is why it's so incredulous to me, because not only that, these the mangroves offer storm breakers. They offer storm breakers for our island. We live in our island is so placed in a hurricane hotbed, and you're destroying the mangroves, which helps to break the waves and protect our land. Come on,
Mangroves and reef.
of course, we're killing everything. It's like you're saying, "Oh, we need protection," but then you are basically removing the guardrails that are there to protect you and hope it works for the best. Let's keep our fingers crossed. We don't seem to get too much. No,
So the mangroves that they're referring to that are being destroyed and rebuilt and need protection are the mangroves in other parts of the country, removing the focus from this part of the country.
I'm not sure.
Yes,
what you mean.
yes. I mean, no, yeah. I mean, Kevin is a very good observation, because the focus the other day was on Parati down in St. Elizabeth, that the mangrove forest suffered a lot of damage, from the hurricane, and the attention has been placed there to say we need to protect these mangroves, right? But the government is not in the business of protecting mangrove. We have seen that they rip the mangroves also out of the Palisades. I mean, which is in Kingston, and those mangroves have not grown back, right? We have seen that they have also removed mangroves right there in Montego Bay. They are not regenerating. and all along the north coast. I mean, Green Island, where this Princess Sense in the mangroves, they took acres of it out there. There's a full 1-minute video that was done by Jamaica Environmental Trust that showed bulldozers and excavators in the mangrove ripping them out, right? So when it comes down to the hotels, that remove the mangroves to build, right? You don't hear the government speak about restoration, conservation, finding legal protection for them, right? You don't hear that story. But they're mentioning it in other spaces where hotels have not gone up yet. So they legalize the destructions of mangroves to build hotels. That is very clear. I mean, I saw another image about Paradise Pen. If you could raise that one as well. That's another proposal that is out there. I mean, slated to be built in Westmoreland again. And that is also projecting to build overwater bungalows, again, in a mangrove forest, right? And so, I mean, it's something that, we are open up by sharing this, not only with Jamaicans, but with an international audience around the practice of our environmental agency to grant permits, right, to hotels to remove mangroves, right, to build too close, build on our beaches. We are in fact destroying, degrading, all right, impacting coastal forests, right, that will have serious impact, not only, from climate change, but it also impact the fishing stock in the country, because those fishing stock, the mangroves is a very important breeding ground. Not that one. You actually had popped it up a few minutes ago.
I'm bringing it up for you now.
Right. So we need greater scrutiny there. For the Jamaican people to understand that hotels are degrading coastal forests. The importance of coastal forests to environmental justice, important for fishing, important for just maintaining a healthy island. So this is a projection that is going to be built in we call it Paradise Park, and they're projecting this as one of the most sustainable development built in Jamaica. And they're going to be building all these overwater bungalow. Now, I should also mention that this development sits on the Dean Valley watershed, right, where 30% of the Jamaican watersheds are degraded. And, they're applying for a permit from NEPA to build in this area. It's over 1,000 acres of wetland and agricultural land that is in this space. So the proliferation of overwater bungalow, building on watershed, building on beaches, right, to support, this tourism product is unsustainable. And if we do not really stop this kind of development in the country, right, to be done in more, in a more environmentally friendly manner. So you don't build on beaches, you build on land, further inland. You cannot build in watershed areas. You cannot remove mangroves to build, right? This is going to lead to more serious damages from hurricane, but also massive impact on the fishing industry, okay? All of this is happening. And of course, the story already about the exploitation of hotel workers who work in these hotels. So the benefit to the society as being touted as tourism comes to save Jamaica is not true. It's better you were saying that remittance is there to save Jamaica. But this is not the way as to how to build, in any kind of sustainable way along the coastline.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. When you talk about over 1,100 acres of ecosystems being destroyed, that's no joke. And this is it being knowingly destroyed. Why put ourselves in that position? That don't make no sense to me.
It's a question that we have been asking. right? It's a question that we have been, using the courts to really bring this highlight to the Jamaican people. Why is it that we need to fight to protect? It's not just about us going to beach to swim, right? It's about the ecological heritage of the country, right? It's about protecting coastal forests. It's about fishing rights, right? It's about just the fundamental rights to life, to survival. The coastline, is alive. It's a living space. And it represents, as Monique laid out, many things to many people. And yet still that has been sacrificed, right? Been sacrificed for these kind of unsustainable development, across the island. And it's been projected that this is what comes to save the Jamaican people. This is, ecocide, right? This is violence against nature and violence against the Jamaican people, and the hypocrisy of our government to project this kind of development, and we want to make this very clear that these kind of development have been supported by both political parties who formed the government of Jamaica over several decades, right? This is the reality, the lived reality of the Jamaican people.
It's so funny. It's not like we invented tourism, and it's not like we are the only island that's practicing tourism. But the wholesale disregard of the outcome of or the long-term effect of these decisions. There's not, as far as I'm aware, there's not an island there's not another Caribbean island that allows this. The government protects the investment and ensures that the hotelier or the tourism industry operates within strict guidelines that don't exist in Jamaica. They don't exist. We are selling rivers, tributaries, and watersheds, and then 6 months ago we were saying, oh, by the way, Jamaica, there's a drought, so we have no water. You're selling the rivers, and then you're saying we don't have what exactly? How the two? I don't understand. As the governing authority, you can't claim a drought, and we need to conserve and selling access, selling the areas with the natural resources that we know we need, and then you cry out and say, "Oh, we're going to have to, live with little or nothing, the land of wood and water, but for who?" The well-being of our people can no longer be dependent on the benevolent of for-profit organizations. We can't. Oh, they sell the rights, and then the for-profit organization, the tourism industry says, "Oh, we'll allow you under certain conditions. You can access the beach, but only as an employee." So if our family, if our kids, I am from Flankers, one of the poor inner city community, and so being able to access the natural resources of our country without having to pay for it is something that we took full advantage of. We want to go to the river, we want to go to the beach, and being told that this is no longer something that we will have access to in the future is disingenuous of our government.
See, Kevin, go ahead.
Sorry, Devon. When I look at this picture, the more I look at the picture, is the more I get the picture. I get an understanding of what it is that you're explaining to me with the proposition. It's one thing to say there are 1,100 acres of wetlands that are about to be destroyed. When you say it and then you show the image, like as I have it up right now, where they're proposing to put these villas and then these over the water, underwater rooms, and then the beach area that they're going to take over, which ends right at a river where it meets the ocean. All of this is prime tourism estate, yes, but prime in its natural state. What it is that they're looking to do with it is a detriment to the country. Yes, tourism is big business, and yes, um, the potential for generating dollars is there in a different way. Here's the thing, though: in its natural state, the revenue generated from the visiting of this area goes directly to the country. In its developed state, that revenue goes to the owners of that development. That doesn't come to the country. The people of Jamaica don't see it. And whereas they can pretty it up and say they're giving people jobs, this is not the creation of jobs. This is the creation of a doomsday or another path to doom and gloom for the country. Because what is going to happen is that these developers, when a storm rolls through and destroys this area because the protection out in the water is gone, they're going to pull stakes, take their profits, and go somewhere else. They're
Kevin.
leaving.
And leave us with the burden. Exactly. That's exactly so. And this is what, and this is the, that's exactly where I am. This is basically, this is bad faith. This is bad faith. And what the public is assuming is that the persons who are in the position to lead, the driver of the bus and those who we've said, all right, you have the authority to act on our behalf. We are expecting that you would do so in good faith. And instead, these who benefits from this? How does this benefit or ensure that the resources are protected for generations so we can pass this on to our children and not just leave us with a broken economy, with the broken beaches, no reefs, and basically what? With what? Because they will absolutely, they've done it before and they will 100% do it again. They will pull up stakes and leave. If their cost analysis is pulled and they say, hey, this is obviously costing us more than it is bringing in, they leave. They immediately leave. But what about those of us who cannot leave? You know, they say those who can afford to run will run, but we, the people,
Right.
can't. We will have to stay. And as of such, we need to, there is this saying, trust, but verify. So sure, trust the government. Sure, we trust you to do your job. So, but we've done the verification process and we are seeing that you have lied. You have lied and you've engaged in wholesale thievery. And we will no longer stand. You've lost the trust. You've lost the trust. And we won't continue on this particular road, that path
Right.
that you've taken.
No, I mean, I can't add nothing more to that. Just said it's the greatest transfer of the wealth of the nation to private interests. You know, continuation of the same colonial logic is the plantation all over again. It's exploitation of man and environment. So you laid it out there, you're seeing it, building on watershed, destroying mangrove, taking away, more than a mile of beach, building on a watershed, right? Big hotel, make money, exploit worker, transfer that overseas. Remember, they make $4.3 billion last year and only $3 billion left. And Melissa Blow and all of them shut them door. The example is right before us. Melissa Blow.
And then our the persons on the front line, because let's be clear, the persons that buy into or support the tourism industry, they didn't come for the buildings. They didn't come for the concrete and the doors, and they definitely didn't come so you can turn on the AC for them. They came to enjoy us and the resources that we, the people, bring, the land and us, the people. And what you'll find is that in the hotel industry, we are wholesale being exploited. Contract workers, where none of you've been working for a company for over 20 years and have nothing to show for it. You cannot apply for a house. You cannot apply for a loan to get a car because you are not an employee. You are a contract worker. When they close their doors, that is it. Your contract has expired and you are left with your minimum wage job. And so the persons that retire out of these industry, what are they left with? What are they left with? No longer are they allowed to collect tips. So again, the US dollar is being removed from their pockets. So what is it? What exactly is it? The craft vendors? No, the all-inclusive hotels offer their own craft. They have their own vendors. So everything stays on their plantation, leaving nothing for the locals. And this is why we say that not gonna work. It can't continue.
All right. Well, look, we have to leave it right that's all. But you're up now. Monique, I want you to consider this place. Well, be it. You're your host, right? So you can always come right as well and know, say, well, it's a platform where you can speak freely and you have the time to really expand and expound on these issues that are affecting our people. Because if we don't do it, nobody's going to do it for us. And like Kevin had said earlier, a lot of people, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. And because they don't know, these people are going to take advantage of them. And by doing so, they're taking advantage of all of us. So we can't become witnesses to this thing and just sit there, like we have Buffon. We have to take an active role. So I'm going to invite both of you to come back. Well, Devon knows our theme place. Devon has the key to come back here. So, but want to thank both of you for coming on. And we look forward to having you again really, really soon.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having me, gentlemen. And we look forward to the second visit. I hope to bring in some fisher folks next time so we can explain and you can just listen to the wholesale loss that is happening in that industry. We don't all want to be employees. We do want to have our own businesses and pass, because it was passed on generation to generation, and yet you find that
Okay.
No, I can't take it.
All right. So we look forward to having you soon. And when I say soon, I'm talking like really soon. So, but we'll give you advance notice. You're ready.
My team ready,
I like it. I like your spirit. I like that.
Yeah, man. See, ready.
Okay.
Thanks.
And maybe we can invite you, gentlemen, into our space so you can speak to the public and just understand what is happening on the ground. Extending that invitation to you. We will be having a public, expo on the beach. So we'll communicate that to you, and I'm going to use this as a, say you tell me, say you go come, adapt me it here.
Okay. That's fine, no problem. No problem.
All right.
We don't make promises, we make commitments. Shouldn't say that. All right, thanks for joining us.
Right.
We'll talk soon. All right, no problem.
Blessings.
All right, folks, listen. That was a really, really informative segment. Now, I have everybody we bring on this program is special. We don't bring on people who just average. We bring on really, really special people. We just had two. We're going to be joined shortly by another special person. But before I bring her on, what I want to do is this. Just want to do a little preface, right? Do a little opening. Miss East Coast, big thanks, because Miss East Coast reached out to me and said, listen, they're talking about you being bankrupt. And you know what? It's a good way to segue to the bankruptcy issue, because we have people who are experiencing financial stress. And so they want to protect themselves and they want to use bankruptcy as a form of protection. And maybe we need to get somebody who can come on and talk about bankruptcy. And I said, you know what? I have the perfect person. I said, I have this lovely, lovely young lady, outstanding attorney, a colleague of mine, And in fact, she and I, we've worked cases before, and we have a major case right now. And I said, you know what? I'm going to ask. And of course, I expected her to say yes. And she did. She did. Very, very lovely person. But to introduce her, let me just play you this short video, this very short video. And then we'll just start with her. Where it was right here. Okay, here it is.
What drives me to get out of bed every day is the fact that I know somebody needs my help, that there is injustice going on somewhere in the world. This is a place for me, the place to make a difference in people's lives. Personally, I grew up with a single mother. I didn't have information. I didn't know what was going on, and I was about 17 at the time, and I said to myself, I will never be in this situation ever again in my life, and I will inform myself, because informing yourself and having knowledge is empowerment. I decided to practice family law, bankruptcy law, and consumer law because these are things as individuals that we cannot avoid. We all have a family. We are all consumers, and bankruptcy is a technical aspect that is important because tactics are used to take advantage of the other party. For me, it's being there to make people aware that they have rights and make sure that they don't get taken advantage of.
My name is Maksud H. Mir. Well, I had prepared for everything in my life except one, which was an indictment. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would be indicted. My interaction with the VALLE law firm was very professional. She was very forthright, she was very honest, she was very diligent, and I thought those were very highly admirable qualities. It's those kinds of things that show integrity, honesty, and I was impressed by that. If it were not for her, I would have lost my real estate. I would have had serious trouble in reorganizing my financial problems. But, among the pool of lawyers I knew, she was the best.
I do not give up. A lot of the times there are barriers that stop litigation, that give another party an upper hand. But for me, there's never a barrier. Justice is what matters to me. I'll seek it at any cost. I tell my clients frequently, if we have to take this to the Supreme Court of the United States, then we will. I don't have any fear or problems with continuing the fight, and I do not give up. I'm a warrior for justice, and I want people to understand that if they have a battle that needs to be fought, they need somebody to fight for them. That is who I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me move this, Kev. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, my fearless friend, my fearless colleague, Diana VALLE. Diana, welcome.
Hi, how are you? My name, I was finishing it, but it didn't appear. So it says Diane, but I'm Diana. How are you? Thank you for that introduction. So to start, yes, I do bankruptcy, and I know I'm here for actually explaining how bankruptcy works. Generally speaking, there's different types of bankruptcies. The more common ones are consumer, right? We're going to focus on individual and people. Mm-hmm. If you have too many assets or too much debt, you have to do what you call a Chapter 11, which we're not really going to get too much into, but you see celebrities, they're the ones doing Chapter 11s or companies. And it's super complex. But normally the more common consumer bankruptcies are Chapter 7 and Chapter 13. Chapter 7 is basically for people who have no assets. So it's like, I have no money, I don't have any assets or assets that can't be protected. And so you just basically liquidate, right? So you don't pay anything. You're usually cash poor, asset poor, and that's it. Very simple. Chapter 13 is a payment plan. It's a little bit more complicated. And bankruptcy can be very simple, but it can be super complicated. Out of the areas that I practice, consumer, family, bankruptcy is the most complicated. It has a range of being able to be very simple or super complicated, super complicated. So that being said, Will, do you have any questions, or is there anything you want me to touch on specifically?
Yeah. First, just tell us a little bit about who is Diana VALLE.
Who am I? Well, I am, as you saw in the video, that was thank you for the introduction again. That is pretty much, I have a very strong sense of justice. I'm very unassuming, which is great. I get underestimated a lot, and I think that's always a great tool to have at your disposal with your adversaries. I've been told quite a few times by more experienced adversaries, oh, you don't know what you're doing, or, you know. And so it's funny because when I'm in trial, I've always felt comfortable just in court. It just must be something, I think I just was meant to do it. I was meant to really fight for justice. It's something that is at my core. It bothers me. And sometimes, unfortunately, I wish that, you know, we didn't have bills and expenses, because it does unfortunately get in the way. So it's trying to balance the ability to help people and seek justice. So I always think, being an attorney, I've been doing this for 14 years now. I can't believe, about 14 years or a little more, I think. How to make justice, or access to justice, more affordable. And so, you know, I think about that because it just gets so expensive. But in essence, at my core, like the video kind of summarizes, I am somebody who is, in many ways, I guess I surprise myself sometimes, because you know, right now, with especially what's going on, I'm very upset with the political climate, and I definitely want to do something. And I think whatever, you know, I'm very spiritual, not specifically religious, but I always think that I'm meant to do something. I have some bigger purpose, and I think it has to do with justice. I mean, right now we're dealing with a lot of corruption, and, you know, we'll see what path it takes me. But at my core, I'm an idealist. I'm an idealist, and I believe in having integrity and honesty, because those traits are very difficult to have. And even a foundation of a society or a government, we want people with integrity who are leading us. So that's sort of just, yeah, that's who I am.
All right. Well, let's jump into the questions. The first question, it's in the chat. Somebody says, what is chapter 13, and how does it differ from chapter 7?
Sure. Chapter 13 is a payment plan. And so when I talk to clients, I like to give them a very easy way to understand bankruptcy, because it can be very confusing. And so it's good for people to kind of get a simplified explanation. So chapter 13 is a payment plan, and it differs from chapter 7 because chapter 7 is not a payment plan. In a chapter 7, it lasts about, maybe, I would say, 3 to 4 months, and you're done. And really, the benefits of a chapter 7 start when you file, or any bankruptcy, actually. One of the strongest protections in bankruptcy is called an automatic stay. And what that really means is it just collection freeze. That's what I would call it. There are exceptions, of course, as most laws have. But if you're being sued, if your property is going to be foreclosed on, it stops it. If your foreclosure is at 12 p.m. and you file it at 11:59 a.m. with 59 seconds, it stops it. Even if it goes through, it's void. They would have to go back and cancel it. So that is one of the biggest protections. But in a chapter 13, you have assets, right? Like, let's say you want to keep a house, and that's the most common one, and you need to pay back. Let's say you fell behind. A chapter 13, what I would call it, is a forced payment plan. You know, you sometimes have debt, and you hire debt settlement companies to maybe sometimes settle your debt, or loan modifications, you know, things where you want to keep property, actually. That's when you would do the chapter 13, because it's always a great leveraging tool to bargain, by the way, because if you're in court and they're going to foreclose, and you're trying to negotiate. I did it the other day. this lender waited a long time to foreclose. There was fishy business going on, but ultimately I told them, look, either you can accept this longer payment plan, because, you know, if we file Chapter 13, it can be up to 5 years, you know, of repayments. And that did it. They accepted it. So it's a payment plan. That's what a Chapter 13 is. If you have property, because in a Chapter 7, you can't keep a house and, you know, and forget the debt, right? The debt stops against you. So you can't be sued for a mortgage if you file a Chapter 7, but they can still come after the house. So Chapter 13 is good for when you want to keep property and basically repay that debt, so you can keep property, and you can repay it in 3 to 5 years. So that is the major difference between a Chapter 13 and a Chapter 7. I hope that I explained that.
All right. You mentioned that Chapter 7 is a payment plan.
Chapter
no,
13.
sorry. 13 is a payment plan. Chapter 7 is liquidation. But
correct.
But certain debts are not dischargeable. And you said that there are exceptions to the rule. What are the exceptions to Chapter 7?
So there are many exceptions, but common ones are taxes, income taxes that are less than 3 years old, that you would have had to have filed them, right? You know what you owe at that time. And so if we're filing, you know, today, like 3 years back, anything that's 3 years older, and I won't get into the calculation of it, but generally speaking, 3 years old, anything older than 3 years is dischargeable, but if it's between the last 3 years, it's not. So that's one exception. Child support obligations, of course, that's public policy. That would not make good sense, right? If that you could discharge your child support. Can't discharge child support. You can't discharge alimony. You can student loans for the most part. I know there's a lot of student loan litigation, and I haven't gotten into the nuances of that, but generally speaking, student loans are not dischargeable. If you commit fraud, it's not dischargeable. I think certain restitution for crimes, and it's a long list. I definitely don't have it all memorized, but those are the common exceptions. And there are a lot of gray areas too. I've gotten into litigation and bankruptcy over things that kind of hadn't been dealt with before. So, but yeah, those are kind of the major ones.
Give us an example of a, because you said it could range from being fairly simple to very complex. Give us an example of a case that it remains steadfast in your mind. You'll never forget that case. I mean, as attorneys, we always have one of these cases where we go, oh, I'll never forget that one.
Well, there was one I remember. And unfortunately, you know, when you have a client, your client has to be honest with you. So this unfortunately involved a little bit of potential dishonesty. And I think that's what actually caused the case to go south. And the reason this was complex was because it was a debt that was related to a nursing home. And normally you think it's an unsecured debt, fine, you can discharge it. However, I think because if there's a Medicaid claim, it was just very complicated because it related to certain types of medical care, and maybe there's Medicaid claims. And there was something specific about that type of debt because it's a nursing home. And I don't obviously remember the specifics of it. I don't want to confuse you all because I don't even remember them. But it was because it was a nursing home debt and something about the type of, I said something I think with Medicaid or Medicare claims. So the opposing side challenged it. And I did lose on that. And so it just hadn't been dealt with before. There were no cases on it. So it was a first time case, and that's not exactly the reason it got complicated. The other complication was that there was money that my client had. And when you file bankruptcy, you have to disclose everything. And sometimes people may forget some things, but there was about, I'd say $50,000, close to $40,000 or $50,000 that were not disclosed. So, I mean, we disclosed them, but then what happens in bankruptcy is there is a trustee, and they work for the Department of Justice, and they're attorneys. They're not judges, but they're very black and white. If everything's fine, you go sailing right through it. If they think there's any inch of dishonesty, it completely turns into an absolute nightmare for the client, because it's hard, because you're in bankruptcy. Obviously you can't afford to pay your debt, but now if there's litigation, you're going to have legal fees. And so that creates a problem sometimes, because it's like, well, I don't have money to litigate. But you have these trustees who, they're different. They have different types of personalities, depends who you get, but they get paid. They get paid a commission. So if they think there's an asset out there and they're going to get a commission, it's like they completely become your enemy. They want to deny you the bankruptcy discharge. There were no criminal charges pressed, but potentially they could seek criminal charges if they say you lied, because that's fraud. So in that particular case, they were going after my client because she forgot to put that $50,000. And I found out that this money was actually from benefits, retirement benefits. So this is how it gets complicated, because you have cash in an account. Oh, that's cash. No, but where did the cash come from? And then you have to look and you have to trace it back to that. And that cash came from exempt benefits. All retirement benefits, like for I think for injury, I don't have the statute in front of me, but they were fully exempt. Like if it was $1 million, it would be fully exempt. So I actually won on that. I actually succeeded on that. However, because my client paid some money to the mortgage company, she tried to pay it down by more than she should have, and she wasn't supposed to. She lost part of the money because of that. So that's in essence sort of how it can get super complicated. You have certain statutes, and then it's like, well, how do I interpret this, right? Because the money was sitting there, and but it wasn't just cash, right? It came from something that's exempt. So hopefully, yeah, that was probably one of the most, and there was more litigation. I volunteered to represent her pro bono a little bit, because I wanted to, I don't know, there's something in litigation. Like it bothers me when people think that, oh, I can push this other side because they don't have money to litigate. And if it's a legitimate position, I will sometimes do it pro bono if I can, because it bothers me. I can't sit there and have a client get taken advantage of because they don't have resources. And I know that people are using that to, as a tactic. So it can get pretty complicated with procedure. Like bankruptcy you can use that to stop other litigation, and then you can litigate in bankruptcy. So it can get pretty entertaining if you like to, play those little games. Because, yeah, I definitely will wear people out, because yeah, my brain is like plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. So yeah, that's hopefully that sounded complicated enough to you.
Yeah, here's a question. Not sure I understand it, but I'll read it to you anyway. It says, is it correct to use bankruptcy as an infringement against someone's rights?
When you say an infringement, maybe do you have like an example? Maybe I'm not understanding.
No, it's in the chat. Elaine, can you?
Do I see it? Hold on. Can I see the chat?
Can you clarify, Elaine?
Comments?
She's asked, is it correct to use bankruptcy as an infringement against someone's rights?
Is that the top?
No, it's at the.
Oh, thank you for that comment. I look like Kamala Harris. Wow.
You have to go all the way down to the bottom. It's all the way to the bottom.
Oh, all the way at the bottom. Okay, let's see where this is. It says
if you can see the timestamp, it's 5:21.
Oh, 5:21. Okay. Oh, is it correct to use bankruptcy as an infringement against someone's rights? I would need to understand that, because bankruptcy is used to stop collection activity, right? An infringement on someone's rights. If I'm interpreting that question correctly, can you use it to affect somebody negatively, affect their rights? I would say, okay, I mean, this can go a lot of ways. If you're in divorce, like I have a divorce case right now, and this person came to me because there's not a lot of, as I found out, a lot of attorneys that are bilingual Some people say they want female attorneys, you know, or maybe female, and no bankruptcy and divorce law and consumer law. Some people just stick to one area. So this may answer the question as to the infringing on someone's rights. This particular client I had is in a divorce case, and she had a hearing to get, you know, you can get like temporary alimony because you can't wait until the end of the trial, and her husband filed bankruptcy. So that could potentially infringe upon her rights because it stopped the hearing. It stopped her from getting alimony or some type of relief. So I think that may sort of answer the question in that way. You can, because if you're in litigation and you're wanting to get some type of relief, if somebody files bankruptcy, that will infringe on your rights to get paid, right? To get a judgment so you can get paid. Because bankruptcy is all about money, right? We're in the legal system. The legal system deprives us of what? Of money or freedom, right? Or it tells us to do something like stop deporting people unlawfully, right? Like that's being followed. But anyways, that's a whole nother thing. So yeah, so basically, yeah, it's money or freedom. So I would say financially, absolutely, it can be used as a tactic to prolong litigation, or you tell people, well, I can't pay you and I'm going to file bankruptcy. So that could potentially affect your rights. Maybe that's sort of an infringement, but even in a divorce case, it can definitely be used to abuse. And the courts are aware of that. They don't like people abusing it because people will do it. And I believe in this case, my client's husband is abusing the bankruptcy because he probably, I believe, wants to delay things so he can find ways to hide assets. And so I hope that answers that question. Yeah, it can be used to infringe on your rights. In essence, when you're trying to seek redress in the court and somebody's either being abusive, and when I say abusive, I mean they're abusing the bankruptcy code because they don't really intend on going through bankruptcy. They just want to stop what you're trying to do and delay it. And time is everything. I mean, that's part of the most precious assets we have is time. So I hope that answered that question. That's how I would say it could be used to infringe upon someone's rights.
Here's another one. If someone falsely accused of filing bankruptcy and the accusation has caused severe damage to your reputation, what recourse do you have? It's at 525 in the chat.
525. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If someone is falsely accused of filing bankruptcy and the accusation has caused severe damage. Oh, I would say definitely. If you never filed for bankruptcy, you have either libel or slander, defamation. You could that's what it's a false accusation. And especially, right, if you go into defamation claims, if it damages your reputation and you can prove damages, I would say that is what I would see as how you would go after that person if they lied, right? It's false. So
right. Here's another one. After claiming bankruptcy, how long will repayment begin? It's at 527.
At chapter 13. Okay. So in a chapter 7, you pay 0, right? The only time you pay something in a chapter 7 is, let's say that the trustee finds that your house is worth more than it is, right? Usually you use Zillow.com. They usually use that. But I used to use the tax assessment values because sometimes, you could maybe get a lower value, but they actually started looking at Zillow. So I tell my clients, forget about the tax assessed value because sometimes that's lower. And you want to have lower values in bankruptcy because you get to protect only a certain amount of property, but it varies state by state. In Maryland, the protections are not that good. If you have a house, you can be in a bad situation where you're cash poor. And let's say you inherited your house from generations and it's worth $1 million. But you don't have money, and you need to file bankruptcy. They're like, oh no, your house, you can only protect 30,000 of equity, which is nothing. So unfortunately, so chapter 7, if they find that you have an asset that is not protected, then they will sell it. So in that instance, you either have to negotiate something, dismiss it if they allow you to, or convert to a chapter 13. So in a chapter 13, the payment that you have to start making, usually it's 30 days after filing. So I went around to chapter 7, but I think the question is more specific to an actual intended payment plan, not where something comes up later. So yeah, in a chapter 13, you file your case. 30 days after you file the filing date, you have to make the first payment. And it's usually anywhere between 3 and 5 years that you are in a payment plan.
I'm going to introduce you to my co-host, Professor Kevin Stew. There he is right there with that big smile. I don't know if you can see him.
Hi, Mr. Stew.
How you doing, Diana?
I'm doing good.
So I've been popping in and off the camera because I'm doing multiple things. I have an aunt who is celebrating a milestone birthday, and we're doing this virtual thing, and it's a whole thing, a whole production.
Multitasking.
But so I should really be in New York today, but here I am.
I love New York.
Okay.
He loves New York, but he doesn't
Especially
want to
now.
go now, Diana. No, Diana, he doesn't want to go now because it's too cold. He's in Florida.
Oh, the weather. Oh, it's really cold out here. Yeah, the wind. I had to fight
Right.
against the wind when I was walking. I was
I had my share of that with 1 year in Chicago. I'm good.
yeah, Chicago.
So here you are living your life, and somebody asked a very good question in the chat about displaying a whole lot of cash after you file bankruptcy. Why then did you file bankruptcy if you have all this cash? But somebody can have a whole bunch of $20 bills. That doesn't mean that they're wealthy, or they can cover whatever expenses that they have. So they have to file bankruptcy. But the individual that is hiding assets or trying to hide assets that files bankruptcy, are there investigations that happen to make sure that they're in a position that they definitely need to file bankruptcy? And
So, I'm sorry.
What happens after?
Okay. That's a good question because, right, you're like, how are people going to know what I have? So from experience, I can tell you this. Whatever's in your house, nobody's going to come looking. I mean, these trustees, they have thousands of cases. So usually things that are of public record, right? If you have a house, if you, obviously your bank accounts, because you have to disclose your bank accounts. Now, if you don't disclose a bank account, and they don't know, no one is going to investigate, actually. The only thing that a trustee will look at, unless, of course, something, and I'll get into the unless, but a trustee, generally speaking, relies on your word. They rely on the honest but frugal debtor, or the honest debtor. That is the whole, one of the basic, principles of underlying bankruptcy, the honest debtor. So they won't investigate. Now, if you have some really expensive, like antique collection or a designer collection, something, they're not going to know. But if you have a creditor, right, like let's say you have a spouse or something like that, and they know, then they can bring it to the attention of the trustee, or they can file their own litigation. So, because for example, I can give you an example of that. I had a client who owned a cleaning business. This was actually a pretty sad case because they came to me saying, oh, I have these employees, they're stealing our customers, and they were. And so I sent them a cease and desist letter. And what ended up happening is then they sued my client for unpaid wages because they didn't know about, the minimum wage and all that stuff. And so that caused my clients to get sued, and it just became messy. So then they filed bankruptcy. And the problem is that they had this business and they closed the business and they started another one. And it got messy because they didn't have their affairs in order. So obviously that's like information that you're aware of. So yeah, this creditor, they wanted to investigate all the assets, the financial records of the business to see if they had transferred anything out, if everything was organized. So to the extent that it's an asset that is mentioned, then the trustee will ask questions about your business. For example, if you have a business and you have like, let's say you're filing a personal bankruptcy, but you have an LLC, they're going to ask you, what assets does the LLC have, right? And to the extent you disclose the assets, right, they're relying on your disclosure of the assets. That's the first thing. Are they going to go outside of your disclosure to see if you have anything else? For the most part, no. I mean, if they do like a public search record, they may find that you have another property. So you would definitely, you know, not listing a house that you have. I mean, that would not be a smart thing to do. But outside of things that kind of are easily accessible, they're not going to go, they don't have the resources to go and investigate everybody, or go, they're not going to go to your house and see what you have under the mattress, or you know, really do any search to find like if you have a Cash App account or other bank accounts. So it's really based on what you disclose is really what they're going to look at. Yeah.
Let me
So,
go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
so one quick thing. So if I'm filing bankruptcy, then don't let anybody know what I might have.
Well,
in
I
my
can't
back pocket.
advise that. I have to tell. Yeah, I have to tell my clients, you know, you got to tell me everything, right? Because I mean, ethically speaking, I can't, you know, if I know a client has something, I can't. I had that happen once. I had a client and they told me, no, don't tell the trustee that. I was like, I can't. I was like, well, I'm going to have to let you go now. Like, I can't represent you anymore. And then they were like, okay, fine. So as my, kind of like in a criminal case, right? Like you can't disclose if your client told you he did it is one thing, but if he gives you the gun or you know where it is, that may be obstruction of justice. I don't know. I don't do criminal law, but right. That's where, you know, that's you're supposed to be honest, right? But yeah, as an attorney, I couldn't obviously represent somebody if they told me, oh, I have this, but I don't want to disclose it. So
Yeah, because you're considered an officer of the court, so you can't, you know, you have to act in accordance with that.
Exactly.
Let me follow up on a question that somebody put in there, and I'm doing this for the benefit of, I know a lot of people, they were interested in this question. You go through bankruptcy, right? Personal bankruptcy. And after you've gone through it, right after you've gone through it, you hit the lottery. Can they come after you and say, wait a minute, now you've got money? So
okay,
even though it was
that's a good question.
Yeah, even though it was dischargeable, we know you have the money, you can pay us. What do you do then? Is it likely, are you likely to succeed in that case, to go after the person who just hit the lottery?
So that depends, right? Which bankruptcy are you doing? So now we're getting into like the little complicated stuff, which is kind of fun for me. A Chapter 7 is like, I call it a financial death, right? At that moment, boom, it's like a timeline freezes. Whatever you have at that time, it goes into the bankruptcy. Anything acquired after is not. And the only exception is an inheritance. If you receive an inheritance, 6 months, if you receive it, right? Because I did a little research because I had somebody telling me I may get an inheritance, I'm expecting it, but it's probably not going to be for over a year. And so I had to look up, and it's really not about you having the expectation. It's about, do you get it in 6 months or do you not? So yeah, that's the only thing that they can generally go after, is if you inherit anything 6 months after filing. That's the only thing in a Chapter 7, right? We're talking about Chapter 7.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a lottery ticket that you purchased before the bankruptcy, they can get it, because technically speaking, you had the right. You had already had that ticket. So that right existed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got the lottery ticket after, right, then yeah, let's say you buy a lottery ticket the day after you file, or the minute after you file.
Mm.
Well, technically I'd say the next day, because they count the whole day after. And then you win like within a month or something. No, they can't touch that. They can't.
But but like you're saying, if you had the ticket, you didn't cash the ticket, you didn't negotiate the ticket, you have the ticket itself, and then you realize, wow, you check your ticket. Let's say you're going through bankruptcy, and after the 2 days after bankruptcy, you're moving some stuff, and you come across this ticket, and you say, oh, let me check it, and it's $20 million. You're saying that they can go after it because you had that ticket before bankruptcy was completed.
Exactly. Yeah. So at the time of filing bankruptcy, an estate is created, kind of like when a person dies, right? So everything goes into that, not just physical assets, right? Not just cash, but also like intangible or tangible rights, right? Copyrights. That's sort of like a license, right? And with a ticket, it's sort of like, let's say you get hit, right? Let's say you have a personal or a car accident and it happens before, but you haven't sued them. They ask you, do you have any rights or any potential claims against anybody? Because that technically is an asset, the right that has not been reduced to like any kind of judgment, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Rights are also assets in a way, right? Like, if you negotiate a contract, an option to purchase, it's still a right, right? So that's how that would go. That's how you explain that, right? You have the ticket before you file because you have the right. You technically won, right? I mean, maybe you didn't win. They didn't call the numbers yet, but you have that ticket. So I haven't dealt with it. That would be an interesting situation, but that's how I would interpret that they would say it. Oh, you already had the lottery ticket. So yeah, that the fact that the number came later, I mean, you purchased those numbers, so you won later. So they could say you had some kind of contingent right, or who knows. I'm not going to get into the complications of like the legalese, but yeah, that's how I think it would turn out. If somebody had told me, hey, I have a lottery ticket, that's the advice I would give them. I'd say, I don't know. I think they may make you, pay it to the estate if you already had the lottery ticket before you filed. Yeah.
All right, Kevin.
Yeah, that one was really fascinating to me because when it comes to something like winning a prize, the question is, were you entitled to the prize prior to or after filing?
Exactly, right. And you could say that, like, I'm already thinking, you could say, well, I wasn't really entitled to it because the lottery numbers weren't picked at that time. There's a game of chance, maybe, and maybe you can litigate it. I think it would be fun. Obviously not fun for the client. Well, I guess they would have money because they won the lottery, but I mean, it may be worth fighting, right? It's like, hey, I won $10 million. Go ahead, let's litigate it. Let's see what happens.
Let me see. Like an investment. What if the ticket was bought a day after settling bankruptcy? Diana just answered that.
Right.
Depending.
So that can't be touched.
Oh, if it's 11.
Yeah, I would definitely say no to that.
We talked about 7, but what if it's 11?
Oh, you mean 11 or 13?
Sorry, 13. 13.
The 13? Yeah, then that's a whole different story because when you file Chapter 13, you are in a payment plan. So the court, all of your income, anything that comes into your possession within those 5 years does belong to the bankruptcy court. So that is a difference between the 7 and the 13. If you win the lottery while you're in a Chapter 13, that goes to the bankruptcy court.
You said 5 years. Is that 5 years before or 5 years after filing?
That's after filing, right? You get a discharge, it's a 5-year payment plan, 3 to 5 years. But if you finish your payment plan before and you're out of bankruptcy, then whatever happens after that, then it's yours. But
that's the 13.
That's the 13, yeah.
The 7 you
no, not with a 7
and start over.
Yeah, with a 13, right? 13 is a payment plan, so it's kind of the opposite. A 7, whatever you had before. I mean, well, I'm not saying it's the opposite, but a 7, think of it as like a freeze. You freeze the assets, whatever you have at that time. That's it. A 13 is whatever you had at that time and until you finish your payment plan. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question. Some of our guests or viewers, family members, they're going through divorces, right? They're getting divorced. What's the impact on bankruptcy? What impact does it have, if any, on a divorce? If
go ahead. Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If somebody came to you and they said, "Look, I'm trying to get divorced, and I've got this amount of money, blah 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 blah," and this person is coming after it, and do I declare bankruptcy, or what do I do? What kind of advice would you give that person, hypothetically?
Right. So if you're going into a divorce, or you think you're going to be divorced, so the issue is, right, your spouse, right? Is this your spouse, you think? Well, I mean, the divorce will usually settle everything between your spouse. I know sometimes there may be issues if you have a civil claim outside of your divorce with your spouse, but as you can see, like, we can start getting into complex areas, but let's go back to keeping it a little simple. So yeah, if you have a divorce, if you think you're going to go through a divorce, how can a bankruptcy impact that? So a bankruptcy, right, like I said, the most powerful thing that a bankruptcy does is it stops collection activity. But as I was saying, one of the exceptions, and I'm actually dealing with that right now, the exceptions is that in a divorce, it can get a little complicated because you are seeking property division, right? It depends what the issues are. But if you have assets to divide, right, the court's going to sell them and say, okay, husband gets this much, wife gets this much. You can also have that. You can also have alimony, right? Like, I want support. You have child support. So the bankruptcy, oops, sorry, hold on a second. Okay, sorry. All right. So the bankruptcy does not suspend does not suspend trying to get alimony or domestic support. So in trying to get, right, pay me alimony, pay me this, you can continue. The only thing the bankruptcy stops is when you're trying to divide property. So I actually had another case. My client never told me she was in a bankruptcy. I didn't even know she was in a bankruptcy until we got close to the divorce. And the judge said, well, can we even proceed? And I was like, well, I think so. He was like, but we're dividing property. And then we kind of, I think he looked at the code specifically, and he's like, yeah, I can't proceed. So a bankruptcy will stop the actual division of property. However, that's really not the end of it, because in this particular situation, yes, this lady came to me because her husband was trying to, right, like the prior question, infringe upon her rights as a spouse to get support by filing a bankruptcy. And he thought he was going to get very complicated and probably get over her head. But no, she found me. And so she was very happy she found me because I was on it. I was like, okay, well, fine. He's trying to do this. And oh my gosh, he's just making a mess in the bankruptcy case, because it can get so messy. And I'm not going to get into the details because it's just going to get like, I'm just not going to be able to stop talking. But he's doing all this stuff in the bankruptcy. And finally, I tell her, well, okay, let's just let's ask the court for permission to, from the stay, right? It's called the automatic stay. So you say, I'm filing a motion for relief from the stay. So you tell the court, look, I know that this bankruptcy prevents us from taking these actions to divide property or touch the assets, but we need permission, and here's a reason. And you can do that. And so we filed that. And so even if somebody files bankruptcy to suspend your ability to collect money, you can ask the court for permission. You can say, this person is right doing this because they're trying to, they don't really intend to go through with the bankruptcy. They did this to prejudice me and infringe upon my rights, right? The question that was asked. And so that's essentially what, and I think the court for the most part does allow permission. So right now we filed that motion to get permission to proceed, because this particular individual, yeah, he really tried to be very crafty. He got fired, but he really abandoned his job before the divorce, so he wouldn't have any income. And so how is he going to pay alimony? He doesn't have income. And I'm like, oh, well, if I go after if we say, Your Honor, he has assets, like he has, let's say, over $500,000 in bank accounts, he can touch the assets, but the bankruptcy does prevent me from having the court, having him touch the assets, because those assets are part of the bankruptcy. So you need permission from the bankruptcy court to say, let us touch his assets for X, Y, and Z reasons. And so once that is lifted, right, once the court says, okay, we'll let you, which I anticipate they will, then you can proceed against the assets. So to give a short, summarize my answer to that, yes, a bankruptcy can stop you from dividing the assets. But if you ask the court permission to proceed with your divorce, then the court, I believe, will likely grant it, because the timing of filing a bankruptcy and a divorce is pretty suspicious overall. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest life event in somebody's life at that point? Probably their divorce. And that's when you want to file the bankruptcy. It just doesn't make sense unless maybe there is a legitimate reason. Maybe there's some other creditor coming after you. But, we're assuming that they don't have those intentions. So you can just get permission from the court. So that would be the answer to get around it. You get permission from the court to proceed with the divorce, but yeah, that's how bankruptcy can impact the divorce. It restricts you from proceeding with certain parts of the property, like dividing the property.
Here's another question, and I know we're running out of time. It says, after clearing bankruptcy, how long will the bankruptcy claim stay on your credit report records?
Okay. So a Chapter 7 is 10 years. I believe a Chapter 13 is 8. I have to double check on that. But it's Chapter 7 is 10 years. Yeah.
All right. Kevin, any questions?
I was just caught up in both worlds, over here and over there with the family. But it sounds like punishment when the court have to decide, and the court says, okay, you can go ahead and get your divorce now. It's like punishing you for getting married in the first place when you're into bankruptcy.
Sorry, I didn't hear all of it. I think it cut out a little.
I was saying it sounds like punishment if you have to wait on the court to say you can go ahead and finalize your divorce.
Oh, I see. It was a comment. Yeah, but you can get, like, for this case, I filed an emergency motion, and I said, usually the response period it can be like 30 days, but I asked for it to be shortened, and the court granted it. So yeah, you just got to file a little more paperwork to speed it up. And yeah, it's a hassle, but as long as you can get around it, then there's a way to get permission. So, but yeah, it is annoying. I know.
Yeah. All right. Somebody is, what's your best advice to somebody who creditors are coming after them? They don't have a business and they want to protect their assets. Just quickly tell us what the nuts and bolts of that filing. What does it look like? How do they go about doing it? And can they do it by themselves, or do they need an attorney depending on how much money they've got?
They may need, to get advice, you would probably want to get, you would want a consultation, because what you can do is pre-bankruptcy planning. And you have to figure the line between what they may think is abusive, or you're hiding money from your creditors, versus genuine pre-bankruptcy planning. So there are assets that are exempt. So if you're planning, like, I think I'm going to have a problem, I have all this cash, I'd say, well, look, IRAs are for the most part exempt. I think we'd have to look at the assets, and I would say you would want to convert your assets to exempt assets. Maybe create a trust. You may want to create a trust for your children, or there's ways that you can convert your assets to protected assets that a bankruptcy court can't touch because they're considered exempt. That's what I would say.
And if you have a business, if a business person should come to you with a similar problem, what would you say to them?
So businesses, if it's a business bankruptcy, businesses don't have exemption. So if you have $100,000 in the bank, that's all going to go to the creditors, versus as a consumer, they let you protect a whole bunch of things, but not businesses. There's no exemption. So I would say if you're talking about business assets.
But hold on. Well, what if you have two bank accounts? You have one in the business's name and you have one in your personal, in your name. Are both accounts subject to bankruptcy?
No, it depends who files, right? If the business files, then no, just whatever's in the business's name. but mind you, the trustee does look at the bank statements, I think the last 2 or 3 months, and they say, well, what is this transfer? Where's this huge transfer? So as long as the assets are being used for the company and you aren't transferring money out, because there's also a financial history question. They'll ask you, nobody's ever said yes to this, but they say, in the last 10 years, have you ever had a self-settled trust? I mean, so that's 10 years. So they're thinking about people who are trying to hide probably millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. But yeah, I would say if it's, if it's just the business bankruptcy, yeah, your personal assets aren't included. Now, if it's a personal bankruptcy, then yes, all your personal assets. And technically, if you're 100% owner of that business, then the business also comes into it too. The value of the business, right? You'd have to do a balance sheet to say, what is the business worth? And technically that's an asset. So if it's an LLC, right? If it's like a corporation, it's like, well, what do you have what's your stock worth or something, right? But yeah, your interest in the company would be part of your, whatever that's worth is part of the personal bankruptcy. But the other way around, like if it's just a business, then no, it's just the assets of the business that go in, not your personal assets.
Yeah, we're running up on time. So how can people find you?
How can people find me? So I have a website. I probably should have made it shorter, but it's vallelawfirm.com.
That's not long.
Yeah, I know. I wish I could pull something up here. I do have Facebook. I think VALLE Law Firm. Just Google VALLE Law Firm in Maryland or Diana VALLE Attorney, and that'll probably bring you quicker to my website.
Yeah. Well, what I'll do is where is it? I'll play your video again so that they'll see, because it's there.
I think it's at the end, right?
It's at the very end. I'm looking at it right now. But you deserve to be.
Okay.
Yeah, you deserve what do you call it? A loop. You deserve a loop. So we're gonna play this.
Okay.
We're gonna play the thing again.
And just to finish off, right, I'm licensed in Maryland and the District of Columbia. I am thinking about, I did fill out my application for New York, but I gotta finish it. So maybe I'll be licensed there. But and federally speaking, yeah, just Maryland. It's federal courts. So, but yeah, there's my information.
You didn't tell them about the Supreme Court.
Oh yes, the Supreme Court. Yeah, whenever I get a Supreme Court case, although I don't know with what the situation there, how that's going to turn out, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, that is the number for consultations. That's my website, and that's how you can reach me.
Hey, look, Diana, it's been fun. It's been informative. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of questions going forward. People are going to be calling, asking about bankruptcy, so they know where to reach you. And if they call us, we'll certainly direct them in your direction. So I want to thank you for taking the time out to join us. Yeah, and I'm going to play your video again. Any parting words? Any parting words? Any parting words?
Stay strong, everybody. It will get better.
You know what? The more I think about you, I'm thinking you should be a civil rights attorney. The more I think about what's going on.
Oh, I would. It just hasn't come to me. But we had that case. I told you how that turned out. Hopefully that gets overturned. Yeah.
Yeah. And believe me, people, she's fearless. She doesn't quiver. She doesn't waver. She doesn't sweat. She's one hell of an attorney. Trust me when I tell you that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so when you see the video and she says, there's never a barrier. She means it. She's going to find any way possible to get the best for her client. Diana, I want to thank you, and we'll talk soon because we have that major case. There is a development on it, and I'll talk to you soon about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. This was great answering all the questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care now. Be well.
All right. Bye.
Take care, Diana.
Oh, that's her. Okay.
Let's go ahead and remove this and play the video, Will.
Okay. Here we go. Here she is.
What drives me to get out of bed every day is the fact that I know somebody needs my help, that there is injustice going on somewhere in the world. This is a place for me, the place to make a difference in people's lives. Personally, I grew up with a single mother. I didn't have information. I didn't know what was going on, and I was about 17 at the time, and I said to myself, I will never be in this situation ever again in my life, and I will inform myself, because informing yourself and having knowledge is empowerment. I decided to practice family law, bankruptcy law, and consumer law because these are things as individuals that we cannot avoid. We all have a family. We are all consumers, and bankruptcy is a technical aspect that is important because tactics are used to take advantage of the other party. For me, it's being there to make people aware that they have rights and make sure that they don't get taken advantage of.
My name is Maksud H. Mir. I had prepared for everything in my life except one, which was an indictment. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would be indicted. My interaction with the VALLE law firm was very professional. She was very forthright, she was very honest, she was very diligent, and I thought those were very highly admirable qualities. It's those kinds of things that show integrity, honesty, and I was impressed by that. If it were not for her, I would have lost my real estate. I would have had serious trouble in reorganizing my financial problems. But, among the pool of lawyers I knew, she was the best.
I do not give up. A lot of the times there are barriers that stop litigation, that give another party an upper hand. But for me, there's never a barrier. Justice is what matters to me. I'll seek it at any cost. I tell my clients frequently, if we have to take this to the Supreme Court of the United States, then we will. I don't have any fear or problems with continuing the fight, and I do not give up. I'm a warrior for justice, and I want people to understand that if they have a battle that needs to be fought, they need somebody to fight for them. That is who I am.
All right. Folks, there you have it. Diana Valle, my friend, my colleague. Somebody, I think it was Ilian, said that bring her back pretty soon. Because lots of questions went unanswered. Indeed, we will. And I know she'll oblige, not a problem. Hey, Kev, what I want to know? I want to move on. I want to talk about the UHWI thing, but I don't see the video with the videos with Cliff Hughes. You're muted. Okay. All right. I see them now. Okay, that's one. Okay. All right, folks. Here's what we're gonna do now. We've been talking about the scandal up at the University Hospital of the West Indies, and people have commented on it, and we decided we were going to wait a bit because we didn't want to be first. We just want to be accurate. That's our mindset around here. So we think we have enough information now that we can talk to you about maybe 2 cases. The Auditor General's report, though, contains many cases. Many. Remember, they have 4 companies. Company 1, Company 2, Company 3, Company 4, that are connected with some of the things that happened and were investigated by the Auditor General. Then on top of that, you have the University Hospital that they were investigated for things that they did without any affiliation with a company. So there is so much in this report. So we decided we're only going to take two. We're only going to take two. And we're going to start with this.
Jamaicans suffer. So it is important for the people at the University Hospital, including the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, to tell the people of Jamaica how many dialysis machines were imported by the University Hospital just about 2 years ago. Dialysis machines that were purportedly imported by the University Hospital of the West Indies. I have some new information. So apparently, these machines were imported by the University Hospital of the West Indies, ostensibly so, but they were not imported by the University Hospital of the West Indies. Sounds confusing? It's because something went down. According to the Auditor General, the University Hospital's tax-exempt status was abused, corruptly used to bring into the island dialysis machines and other stuff. Yes. And a private medical facility is using those facilities or was party to the abuse of the UHWI's tax-exempt status. And now we're learning that it's not 10 dialysis machines that were brought in. It was 12. 12. Yeah. And we're also learning, yeah, that other items were brought in, and the duty that should have been paid if they had done it legally should have been $11 million. They end up paying $1.1 million and denied the Treasury $10 million. So it's a case now where I gather it's now the subject of a criminal investigation by CTOC. Yeah, I gather CTOC, the Organized Crime Investigation Division, is involved now because apparently the 12 dialysis machines are at a private medical facility somewhere in St. Andrew.
All right, so that's one reporting. I'm going to play you a second video by the same person, and you're going to hear some revelation. And then we're going to talk about Minister Tufton and his role in all of this. And then we're going to go to the report. And what I'm going to show you in the report is damning. But you've heard the phrase, don't believe your lying eyes. Because there's some things that I'm going to read to you, show you, and then we have a press release. But the important thing is I want you to focus on what's being said in the report and also focus on what wasn't said. Here's a second video.
I want to ask this morning, the missing dialysis machines from the University Hospital, are they at JABBEM? It is also emerging that the pattern of connections is not only with one party, but with both. What the Auditor General found is deeply disturbing. Yesterday I pointed to the issue of dialysis machines missing from the university hospital that were bought at considerable public expense and are not, based on the information we have, are not in use at the hospital. And the figure we have been advised is that there are 10 dialysis machines that are missing from the university hospital. And more disturbingly, those machines are in use at a private medical facility. Yes. And based on the information we have, they were imported by the university hospital, but somehow some deal, arrangement, whatever was concocted. Yeah, I don't know. The Auditor General spoke of the abuse of the UHWI's tax exempt status. I don't know if it was under that arrangement. What we are learning is that these dialysis machines are at this private medical facility. The Auditor General also identified 4 private companies that were involved in the procurement process at the university over the years. And she found breaches where their involvement is concerned. Yesterday evening, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party questioned in a public statement claims by the opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, that he, Dr. Dawes, has no affiliation with a private medical facility, Jack Den Pharma and Medical Services. Jack Den is a private facility on Lyndhurst Road and is connected to the Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew, the PNP's Dennis Gordon. And now, one of the stories, because there are several stories, several issues to this, you know. One of the stories that seem to be running now, was it Jack Den who was involved in the abuse of the tax-exempt status of the university hospital or not? And what is the role, if any, of Dr. Dawes? Well, Dr. Dawes says no. He didn't have any role, he didn't have any job with Jack then. He made the claim in a post to his Instagram account on the weekend in what he says was a response to the persistent rumors about his involvement with Jack then. So Dawes is saying, no, don't mix me up with anything involving Jack then. But he has been posted on Jack Den's website as a consultant and founding partner and whatever. And those have been appearing on social media. Yeah? Amidst report that Jack Den is one of the 4 private companies on whose behalf the University Hospital of the West Indies unlawfully imported items using or abusing its tax-exempt status. Yeah? Here is more from Mahiri Stewart.
A report from the Auditor General revealed that the UHWI unlawfully used its tax exemption status to import goods for at least 3 private companies. According to Nationwide's sources, a prominent politician owns at least one of the 4 companies highlighted by the Auditor General. Screenshots then began to circulate on social media of Dr. Alfred Dawes being listed as a consultant at JABBEM Pharma and Medical Services on the company's official website. The company is owned by East Central St. Andrew Member of Parliament, the PNP's Dennis Gordon. The Auditor General's report highlights procurement and contract breaches and misuse of its tax-exempt status, totaling millions of dollars. Dr. Dawes said a failure of ministerial oversight was to blame for the issue. But in a statement, Young Jamaica hit back at Dr. Dawes, calling on him to publicly state whether or not he was affiliated with one of the companies referenced in the report as a beneficiary of the importations. That was last Friday. On Saturday, Dr. Dawes took to Instagram to deny his rumored affiliation with JABBEM Pharma and Medical Services. But Young Jamaica is again rubbishing his claims. In a statement on Monday, the group points out that on January 19, Dr. Dawes' image remained listed on JABBEM's website as a consultant. It adds that his image appears under a heading entitled, Meet Our Founders and Partners. Young Jamaica is of the view that in these circumstances, Dr. Dawes' move to distance himself from his PNP colleague's company cannot be believed as truth. According to Young Jamaica, Dr. Dawes' claims are not only not credible, but also untrustworthy. The group has renewed its call for him to publicly clarify whether a company owned by a PNP parliamentarian is among the companies alluded to in the Auditor General's report. The police fraud squad is investigating the breaches raised by the Auditor General. Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
So, I want to ask this morning, the missing dialysis machines from the university hospital, are they at JABBEM? Are they at JABBEM private medical facility? The 10 missing dialysis machines, we've been asking, where are they? Are they at JABBEM? I don't know. But now that we are here, I want to ask. Huh? Are they at Linders Road at JABBEM? How did they get there? What was the arrangement? If they are there. Well, JABBEM must tell us now. Mr. Dennis Gordon, Member of Parliament and main man at JABBEM, he should tell us. How many of the dialysis machines are there, if any, and how did they get there? Was JABBEM one of the companies that the Auditor General is referencing about abusing the tax-exempt status of the University Hospital of the West Indies? How it go? We need to know. We need to know how it go. And I'm getting some more information as to, listen, the Auditor General spoke to 4 private companies, right? Is one of the 4 private companies connected to another Member of Parliament? Separate and apart from Mr. Gordon, is there another Member of Parliament connected to one of the companies cited by the Contractor General? And on which side does this Member of Parliament sits? Boy, is this Member of Parliament involved in another company? A member of the governing Jamaica Labour Party? And what is the role of his company in this entire affair? Huh? It is very, very murky and interesting, to say the least. Yeah? But it is also emerging that the pattern of connections is not only with one party, but with both. There are connected parties that cuts across the political divide. Yes, that is emerging now, including some of the principals of these private companies. Apparently they spread the wealth.
Well, okay, what a tangled web we weave. We're not going to call any names of any companies, for the primary reason that when I show you the report, you'll see that the Auditor General did not. So we're not going to take any chances there. But we're going to show you press release. But before we do all of that, don't follow the shiny object. Don't follow the shiny object. Because if you do, you're going to miss this.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Way up in West End and Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Chewy, I miss you. Hey. Oh, my lips gonna easy. All you wanna phone. So my surprise, you're right there. Oh, my little catch it in the grill. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little cottage in the green. Hey, baby, right. I realize I love you still.
See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
There's another one. Hold on.
The one a river.
The river one, yes.
Mm.
Looking
There
for
it
that
is.
one. Where it is? You have it?
No, you just passed it.
I just passed it? Where?
Yep.
No.
Now, man, go back into the to add the video. Go back to add the video.
No.
Right, it's that. There it is. Minister of Health.
This one. Okay. All right. Remember what I said to you people. Don't lose track of the real objective. Don't follow the shiny object.
River water, fresh fish, you want a better combination. This is one of the best parishes in Jamaica. You figure it out. Yes, sir. Somebody must stop.
We're not finished yet. Here's another one. We'll get closer to you, you know.
The car park at the University Hospital of the West Indies must be seen in the context of a holistic overhauling, expansion of the University Hospital of the West Indies. It's important to note that this is a very important institution to our overall healthcare services provision, as it is a tertiary institution. So not just focus on providing basic services, but specialized services and also training of medical personnel. And this does not apply to Jamaica, it applies also to the Caribbean region. The car park is what will provide the basis on which other expansions can take place to accommodate more people. So I want to commend the team, the designers, the contractors, and of course the staff and the management of the institution to just continue to provide leadership to the rest of the healthcare system across the country and the region.
This is a man who doesn't take responsibility for anything that goes south. He constantly blames everybody else. But whenever something seemingly is going right, he's there. Here's one more video.
He was a lawmaker with a responsible ministry, prepared to take bills to Parliament to address some of the recommendations that will come
so
out
the
of it.
idea would be that when that committee makes its recommendations, we have to convene a separate conversation with the University of the West Indies and its leadership. So my view is simple, and I think it's a logical one. Put a team together based on consultation. As I said, the deputy principal is on the team, which means that the university system is represented. Let them review that report, and parallel to that, review whatever else needs to be reviewed and make some recommendations so that I can then use policy to implement those recommendations. And I think that's the right approach. I don't see a problem with that. A committee doesn't stop criticisms, as you know. You get criticism whether you do right or wrong. It's the nature of Jamaica, especially with a free press. So I don't shy away from that, but I keep focused on what I need to do. And my conviction is that this is the right approach, and we're taking that approach.
And we know that successive governments, Minister, I'm not really.
Remove that. You understand what's going on here, folks? They're focusing on the hospital. But there's somebody who has overarching responsibility, you know. The buck stops someplace else other than where we're thinking it stops right now. Because Bruce, I think that's his name, where people are after him. And there have been things in the press indicating that maybe people should go after him. But there's somebody who is in charge of all of this. And we're not paying attention. And guess what? You can say the same thing for almost all of the ministries. And here is the primary reason why we're having issues. You know, Jamaica, you hear it all the time. Oh, we want to be like Singapore. We want to be like Singapore. And the first thing that Singapore said was that meritocracy. We're going to put people in positions based on merit. We're going to put people in positions of authority based on experience. We're not going to do it because our friend and company and we just put him there, and because that's one of the ways that corruption begins to creep into the system. Look at this video and tell me if this doesn't suitably, accurately describes how we put politicians in different ministries and expect them to be successful.
Sometimes the smartest people you know do the most idiotic of things. Why is it that an expert in one field can look like a fool in another? Well, according to the philosopher Nathan Ballantyne, it might be down to something called epistemic trespassing. Epistemic trespassing is when an expert in one field thinks that they are an expert in another. So if you are good at coding, at astrophysics or medicine, you imagine that you are good at politics, at sociology or at anthropology. Epistemic trespassing is when a tech billionaire who thinks that because he is successful in one industry, he can solve a complex geopolitical crisis. Or it's when a brilliant physicist believes that their mastery of maths makes them an authority on public health. Ballantyne argues that those who are well qualified and who have decades of earned experience often have a kind of intellectual pride or halo effect that blinds them to their own boundaries. Of course, some subjects overlap and there are transferable skills, but Ballantyne argues that to avoid trespassing, we should calibrate our knowledge when we approach other fields. In other words, we need to be less sure of ourselves and more willing to bow to others who know better. As Plato's Socrates put it, the beginning of wisdom is knowing how limited your knowledge is. And in a world of loud opinions, we need to recognize that just because somebody is a genius in one area, that doesn't make them an authority in another.
Mr. Tufton claims to be an expert. He said that in his commission report, claims to be an expert in marketing. He has a PhD in marketing, so I guess that makes him an expert in marketing. That does not qualify him to run the Ministry of Health and Public Service. It doesn't, people. And then you can play this video for people like, just to segue a little bit, like this person.
Buddy, I'm on my way to the World Government Summit, where I'll be speaking about the future of education. And I'll be putting it in the Jamaican context and speaking about what we're doing to improve our education system. It's an opportunity to meet other ministers of education.
Move that. And then just move that video. People don't see what's going on. I'm sure you see what's going on, but maybe you don't understand it. You're too busy trying to put food on the table, trying to get a job. You don't understand. But maybe that is the reason why you don't have food on the table and you can't get a job, because we have inadequate people in these positions of service. They're supposed to serve you, but instead they're serving themselves. And speaking of serving them, Kevin, go ahead. Let me just look for this document here.
You want me to get on a soapbox about service at this point in time? Seriously?
Just, you know what? The Tufton document. Hold on, let me just find the Tufton document. The one. Okay. Go ahead. Get on your soapbox. Get on your soapbox. I'm coming. I'm just gonna want to show something to them.
I don't know if anybody else see it, but again, it's going to sound like it's a broadcast with a political a certain political leniency. All our ministries are headed up by ministers who have held positions in other ministries, and it speaks to the video that was just played. But up until now, I can't really say that there is anybody that proficiently or their expertise is where they are being utilized. And it's just a cycling of individuals from a country club, in essence. Because these people all hang out at the same place. They all hang out together. So, all right. Time for rotation or come up, who want to go where? All right, let me put you over here, so because you did over here so last year, and we can seriously. And we often forget that we are the ones that put them there. We forget that they answer to us. We forget that they have to come to us in order to secure their votes. And then they hold this position of superiority, this air of I am up here and you are down there. People, we can't be down there if they work for us. It's just that a lot of us are putting into a pot to give to them, which is bigger than the pot that a lot of them are putting into to feed us. So they end up in a better position than we do. But at the end of the day, they still answer to us. So if they answer to us, then we need to be asking questions and demanding answers. This foolishness of rotating ministers is foolishness. That's all there is. It's just foolishness. And it has been happening time and time and time, election after election. And we allow it. But when we allow things like that, things that we're coming across and exposing now, because remember, up until this point, nobody has shown or talked about in the way that we do things that you all as listeners are learning now. Even me as a presenter, when Will says, hey, Kevin, I sent over some documents, and we look at these documents and we're preparing them to present them on a Saturday. It's just mind-blowing. And so here we are at a pivotal moment, because now we have the opportunity to really get up and do something and say something and make a difference. Of course, there will be opposition. The people that say that Will Rattigan just a bad mind the country because he lives in another country, and a bad mind the government. But shouldn't we be talking about what is being done, what we see? Because you are in it and clearly you don't see it. So somebody on the outside have to be pointing it out, and here we are. And so the only thing we can do is to encourage and to showcase and highlight the inadequacies. So we're encouraging the people to recognize the inadequacies that we're showcasing, yeah? So that we can take action. And so, you found that document, Provost?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Right. Casserole. It's a time that you be tired. But how tired do you need to be to take some action? Or do you get tired to the point where you can't do anything and you just let it be as other things sit? When is enough enough? And so, time and time again, we see where certain ministers have been doing things and getting away with it, and they've taken it from ministry to ministry. And the people have not benefited to date. So what are they representing us for? Provost.
All right. Thank you, sir. Folks, Dr. Tufton is, when I say doctor, not a medical doctor. He's minister, maybe I should say, to differentiate it. Because when I say doctor and he's in charge of health, people might think he's a medical doctor. But you still have to give him his props. He has a PhD. He's a minister as well. But he seems to be in and around procurement issues. It's mind-boggling. A report is going to come out pretty soon about Cornwall Regional, and I can tell you right now, it's going to be damning. It's going to be damning. Now we're getting into the UWI thing, but remember we're not following just the UWI and go like this. We're saying there's somebody responsible for all of this, for the UWI thing. So let's start there and build and just come down. Let's not go from the bottom and stop. Let's come from the top and go all the way down. Now, how many of you remember the market me thing, right? And actually, we could use it as an object lesson as to why I believe that the Integrity Commission at this point should not use the word integrity, should be called the commission. Because as I said earlier, for those of you who weren't on when we started, last night, OT wasn't there, but last night, producer Joan and Kevin and I, we found about 7 cases where the commission just blundered. 7 cases involving politicians, including the Prime Minister and including Dr. Tufton. Dr. Tufton, he was investigated. He and Miss Lindsay McDonough, well, actually, he was investigated. But they interviewed the doctor. They interviewed Lindsay McDonough from Market Me, and they interviewed a whole host of people working in the Ministry of Health concerning this Market Me contract. I should say contracts. It's a lot. I think it's like 13 or 15. But one of the things they were looking at conflict of interest. They were looking at conflict of interest, and they asked him, are you sleeping with this woman? What's going on? I'm just paraphrasing. They didn't ask him that way. And then they asked her as well. And I'm going to show you something that the Integrity Commission, they missed. And they shouldn't, because it's their report. Now, look at this. They said, returning to the relationship between Miss McDonough and Dr. Tufton. She advised that she met him in 2011 in a professional capacity, because at the time she managed the data center for the party. I think that meant the JLP. She said she's known him since 2011 while she was working in a professional capacity. And that there was something on social media about wife cheated on and social media thing, and that they said he was involved in a relationship with her for 7 years, and all of those things were, see right here at the top, she says, for 7, which allegations were false. And then she went on to say, I consider romantic affiliation as alleged to be a private matter, which has no bearing on, listen to this, which has no bearing on the contractual relationship. So what she's saying is that whatever relationship I had with him, it has no bearing on it. But guess what? She's going to tell you later on that never had a relationship with him for a good period of time, even though I knew him for that period of time. So after she made that statement, she come back again and she make another statement. Here it is right here by Miss McDonough by way of a further, let me see if I can pick this up. Come on, want to see this, now follow me, follow me. Look at the top. By way of a further statement, meaning another statement. No, she's clarifying it. And she said, in fact, she used the word clarity. She said that in my prior statement, clarity was not brought to an alleged romantic relationship between myself and Dr. Tufton. You know what she said? That in my prior statement, I didn't clarify it enough concerning a relationship, a romantic relationship between myself and the minister. Now look at this. Pay careful attention now. She said, I now seek to do so. I need to set the record straight, because the first time around, kind of ambiguous based on what people are saying.
Left some gray areas. Left some gray areas.
Yeah, some gray areas, and I want to clear it. I'm going to shine the spotlight and let everybody know what's going on. She said, I now seek to do so by making it absolutely clear that on or about 2016, 17, 18, 19, and by the way, Lindsay, it shouldn't be on or about, it should be in or about. And I'll tell you a little, English is my second language, Patois is my first language, but I learned a thing or two. One of them is that when you're going to use, if if you're going to use on, you must have a specific date. So you say on February 16th, on or about February 16th. But if you're going to use a year, you can't say on 20. You take out the about. You take out the or about. That's how you clarify the to use a word she's using. That's how you clarify the sentence. So you would say by making it, see where it says making it absolutely clear that on, you if you want to test the sentence, you take out or about. So it would read that on 2016. That's incorrect. It can't be on 2016. It should have been in. So she should have said, I'm making it absolutely clear that in or about 2016, 17, 18, and 19, the period during which Market Me was involved in Jamaica Moves, the subject matter of the investigation, Dr. Tufton and I only had a professional relationship. Remember, the question is about a romantic, see, try to say no. The question is about a romantic relationship. Well, just in case people don't follow me. See, try to say. They might talk about, whoa. All right, let me draw. All right. So what we are talking about, yeah? Romantic.
Wait. You're drawing a line?
A line, man. Yeah.
That point is too big to draw a line, man.
Hold on a minute. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on there. You there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See this out. Romantic relationship. Put the block there, right? And then if you look at the bottom of the sentence, it says what? At the last sentence, it says, I only had a professional relationship. So what she's saying, follow me, people. What she's saying is that between in 2016, 17, 18, and 19, I only had a professional relationship with him. So what she's saying, because they're asking her about a romantic relationship, what she's saying is after 2019, I started having a romantic relationship. Yeah, it's right there. She said, I want to make it clear that during this time period,
it is implied.
It is implied that after up to 2019, my relationship with the minister was purely professional. Because remember, no, the question, because she said they were getting contracts during that time period, and so the commission wanted to find out if they had a romantic relationship, because if they did, it could spell all kinds of trouble for both of them, actually, but particularly for the minister. So she said 2016, 17, 18, 19, we had the contract. During that time, I only had a professional relationship. Is that so, Lindsay? Is that so? Well, let's test her statement. Let's test it. And remember now, look at the dates. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Yes? Yes. Make we go to another page. This is 56. Yeah. Let's go to page 11. Same report. Okay. All right. Look at this section 5.1.1. It says a review of the QCA database. That's a database that you're supposed to put contracts in. A review of that database revealed that the ministry awarded a total of 13 contracts to Market Me. The particulars of the reported contracts are detailed hereunder. Remember what you said, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. So if you follow what she's saying, it would appear as if she started having a relationship with the minister after 2019. And if she did, that's a huge problem. If she did if she started having a romantic relationship with him after 2019, because she said, well, it wouldn't be a problem if there are no contracts. But she said 2016 to 20, and remember, no, this is a clarification statement. This is not the first statement. She come and she use the word clarify. I'm clarifying it. 2016 to 2019, I only had a professional relationship with him, leaving one to believe that, okay, so you started, if you were having a romantic relationship with him, it would have been after 2019.
After 2019.
Take a look at this, people. This is a contract, right? Here's the last contract in 2019. August 8th. Remember what you said, 2019. August 8th. Look at this. There's a contract in 2020. 2 contracts in 2020. One in June, one in July. Look, 2 contracts in 2021. One in January, one in March. So did she have a relationship with him while she was getting these contracts? Did she have a romantic relationship with him while her company received these contracts? Because if she did, it is a clear breach of the procurement rules and other rules as well. A clear breach. Remember what you said, 2016 to 2019, I only had a professional relationship with him. So the question then is, what kind of relationship did you have with him in 2020 and 2021? I just threw that out there, people, for you to understand what's going on. And then getting back to the Integrity Commission, I want to show you something. Why I feel as strongly as I do about the things I've said about them. Let me show you something. I want to get to the recommendations. Okay, here we go. All right. Listen to this. See this? This is what they did with the minister, This is what they did with the minister. They referred it to who? To Speaker Juliet Holness. It's right there. See it right there?
Keep it in the family.
See it right there? It was referred to the speaker, and it says, having regard to the conflict of interest concerns around Dr. Tufton's introduction of Market Me and his friendship and his subsequent involvement in discussions from which he ought properly to have recused, the DI recommends that this matter be referred to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. And guess what? Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened after it went to the Speaker of the House. You don't hear anything? You don't hear nothing? Why she never come and say, why the Integrity Commission never said, Speaker, forget about what the minister said. The person with whom it's alleged he had this relationship with said that up to 2019, it was a professional relationship, leading us to believe that there was something more after 2019. And after 2019, she received 4 contracts, 2 in 2020 and 2 in 2021. And this is the best they could do. From me, and this is my personal opinion, it wouldn't have stopped there. It wouldn't have stopped with me sending something to the Speaker of the House. It wouldn't have, it couldn't have, it shouldn't have. It must not happen. And folks, time is at a premium, so we won't even get to that because now we're going back to the UHWI thing. Time is at a premium, but we will show you in the fullness of time. We will show you 6 cases where the Integrity Commission did things like this. She did things like this. But folks, Judith and Narda, when you try, don't follow the shiny object. What I'm saying is that the Integrity Commission should have bring action against him. Them senator, the speaker. I don't blame the speaker in this instance, no, because the speaker never asked for it. It's them referred it to the speaker. It's them referred to the speaker. And somebody said, where is the opposition should take it in the House? At least ask the question. You know what I mean? They didn't ask her the question. They didn't. So, and there's a lot more in this report too. But let we go now to sound like a Trini. Let we go. Yeah, let we go. Let we go. Now, I'm going to show you some stuff now from one of my favorite women, Miss Monroe Ellis, or Mrs. Monroe Ellis. I love this woman now too much. She's doing work that I think the commission should be doing. And she's doing it with limited staff, right? She's doing it with limited staff, but she's banging stuff out. And she's shining a light on what's going on. But the Integrity Commission or the commission, they can bring action, you know, they can actually prosecute some. They have something corruption prosecute over there. They can prosecute people. The Auditor General, she has no such power. She doesn't have that office. What she has to do is she has to just refer things. Refer to the financial secretary, refer to here, refer to there. And then she moves on. That's it. Not much you can do in terms of enforcement. Now, let me show you. Let me start with this report. Now, people have seen this report. This is a report on UHWI, and it's called Ensuring Value for Money in the Public Health Procurement, right? It's a performance audit. Now, here's one of the things that people didn't pay attention to, and I must bring it to your attention before we go any further. Here is something, we're looking at what she did. But I'm going to show you something that the Auditor General didn't do. She didn't do it. Should she have done it? I think so. Because I think there's massive corruption in this area. And here it is. Here is what I'm talking about. Oh. You can see that, Kevin?
Yeah, man.
I want you to look at what's highlighted in yellow.
Which is a big deal, you know.
And if you talk about, believe me, if you lift the lid off of that, you find corruption until forever.
Yep.
See what she said she didn't do. And nobody's mentioning this, by the way. But this is what she said she didn't do. She said, we did not include the procurement of pharmaceuticals and sundry items. Forget about sundry. Sundry could miscellaneous. Just leave that aside. But look at that. The procurement of pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals.
People not telling you, all of you who are buy medicine in Jamaica and can't afford medicine, see which part it there, you know. The audit scope did not include the procurement of pharmaceuticals. And so I'm asking, why, Mr. Auditor General, why is it this is a major area prime for corruption? But she didn't.
For whatever reason.
For whatever reason, she didn't. And we'll just leave it there, right? Still love her, but we'll just leave it there. Then we'll just run through this thing here and go through 10. All right. Misuse of tax exempt status. That's the case we're gonna be looking at. And that's the case concerning a company called Company Number 2. Here it is right there. It says the hospital facilitated the import of office furniture and medical equipment valued at $40.6 million for private company 2. Just focus on that sentence. Private company 2. So the question is, what did the hospital facilitate the importation of? What? We heard about 10 dialysis machines, then it went to 12. Let me show you. Let me show it to you. Here it is. It is right here, private company 2, right? It says belonging to. So when you hear people say, UHWI imported and I feed them, look at the language. It says belonging to private company number 2. It was imported by UHWI, but the equipment actually belongs to private company 2. So if you read this report, you might have walked away with the impression, make it bigger. You might have walked away with the impression that these things, they belong to UHWI. And I went show you where the Auditor General went looking for the equipment. But she says right there, it belongs to the private company. So why would you look for it at UHWI? It wouldn't be at UHWI. Here is a description of the items. 12 dialysis machines, 20 medical force stand 2 hook, first responder emergency bag, scale, file cabinets, water purification system, blah, 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 blah. Here it is, all of that. But here's the thing. I know UHWI. It don't belong to UHWI. No, let's get back into the report. So we do page 70 and we do 10. We do 16 already. Let's go to 27, 28. All right. 27, 28. All right. Here we go. Monsieur, 27, 28. Okay. Here it is right here. It says, just look for company 2. It says, here it is, where you say, right at the top there, in green. It says, similarly, the misuse occurred with importation of office furniture and medical equipment with value of 40.6 million. So she's talking about that. And look at what UHWI said. In the right there at the top, it says the initial management response in August 2025 indicated that the practice, this is initial management, they're talking about UHWI now, that UHWI said the practice of facilitating imports. When you hear facilitating imports, students, when you hear facilitating imports, which case jumps to mind? Talk to me. 30 seconds. When you hear facilitating imports, which case should just jump to you? Look like students are asleep.
Hold on, what jump out to me is I remember.
See there, OT.
But that alone can be it, because before the bus there was the drill.
There was a drill, right. And see them, see that coming here, you know. Sita coming now.
All
The
right.
same thing with Sarah. Right. I said which case. I should have said the cases. But all of you get it right. All of you. I want me thing there. Not for big up the students, let me know, Kevin. Oh, wait there. Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. You know, right. Boss and the drill. Same thing. They use somebody and them said them facilitate the import, but then the person who's facilitating the import is not the person who's the owner of it. All kinds of nonsense. And then we saw El Hydro with the bus.
Yes.
Right? We saw El Hydro with the bus. And then we saw Meditech. Yeah, we saw that, right? Where they're involved, you have a third party involved. We don't understand what's going on. But look at what you would say. You would say, oh, we stop do it. See there? It says the initial management in August 2025 indicated that the practice of facilitating import for private entities using tax-exempt status has been terminated. And it says UWI also acknowledged that utilizing its tax-exempt status for assets not owned by UWI violated public trust and procurement law. So them said, yeah, we don't own it. We just bring it in for people, and that is it, right? So we could go to 36 now and see what the Auditor General said. All right, see it, 36. This is the overview, and she has said she's still talking about the facilitation of items imported, and those items they don't belong to UWI, right? So 41. All right, here we go. 41. Now, this is the case right here now, people. This is it. Pay attention. This is it. All right, hold on, pay attention. Now, here I know. She said that they misused their tax exempt. They, meaning UWI, misused its tax exempt status for the importation of office furniture and equipment valued at approximately 40.6 million for private company too, and that the company benefited from the tax relief. They never paid 10.1 million in taxes. And she said, listen to this, our review highlighted discrepancies and conflicting information across multiple customs and shipping documents. And she said, continued with the form, look at this. See that? The conflicting information, let me see if I can get it bigger. Continues where UWI was identified as the importer, not the owner. You notice so far, not the owner. Here is where it gets murky now. Look at the top. She said, we selected the 12 dialysis machines to determine whether the items were included in UWI's inventory records and were in existence. Now, why would you do that if you know so them not belong to UWI? UWI don't own them. Why would you even want to pull a record there? To me, that's a waste of time. Right? No, it says, but there's another piece to this story. Look at what it says. Them say, however, UWI did not provide the 12 dialysis machines and the other imported items for inspection. You know why? Because I know UWI own it.
Them never have it.
They never have it. Him say, then look at this, people. This is an indictment, further indictment of the healthcare system. It says, our review of UWI's inventory records revealed that the last recorded set of dialysis machines was in January of 2020. You know what happened in January 2020? COVID, right? Mm-hmm. And those machines, those 24, see it right or so? 24. And they were received as a donation. The Auditor General reports further states, we further conducted an audit inspection of the dialysis unit on July 2nd, 2025, where we observed, pay attention now, people. We observed 26 dialysis machines, of which 15 were out of service. That is news.
Mm-hmm.
And 15 were out of service for various reasons, and only 11 were operational. That is news. The minister should be asked about that and say, listen, you have 24 machines, 26 machines at UA. 15 of them out of service.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how that go? How that go? You see what happened? No, that's why I love that lady, I know. You see, she never have to put that in there, you know. She never have to put that part in there, but you put it in there. I indicate to people, say, see a story, I want to run with this, asking questions about it, and nobody now ask the question. Well, we are asked. Why is it that you have 58% of the machines that you receive in 2020, dialysis, life-saving machine, or life-extending machine? Because they're supposed to extend your life. Why is it that you have 58% of them inoperable?
Right.
What are you, and when did they become inoperable? And what are you doing about it? And when did you find out about it, about this situation? And if him say him just a find out, then you know, say, you don't need him. Because he knew, or he should have known. That's his job. But then look up now. She said only 11 were operational, none of which were from the set of 12 imported in 2024. Consequently, we found no evidence indicating that the imported goods and equipment were the property of UA. And then she went on to say the broker who paid 1.1 million with cash and credit card is not the broker that is assigned to UA. Then further, them start talking about the CEO who signed off on it. Look at this sentence right here. One in green. The CEO denied that UA facilitated the import. The paperwork shows that UA facilitated the import, and him said, no, we never do it. So there's fraud. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
And look at the Auditor General wrote, the last sentence. She said, the differing statements combined with the lack of supporting documentation and the inconsistent representations across different custom forms, look at the last section in green, signal the need for further investigation. She no say she a go do it, you know. She tell them so no need for, she tell Integrity Commission no need for come over here, so. Given the misrepresentations about the true ownership of the imported goods. Now, she has said it sounds on one like they own it, but then they don't own it. And go ahead, Kevin. And there's some things going on here.
But they never said that they owned it, though. They said they were importing
No, they said they facilitated it. Right.
And
then they turn around and say, we didn't facilitate it.
That is where the problem lies.
But here is something else. Let me highlight this for them. Look at this. On one of the forms, right, it have the name, it reflects the name and signature of the former CEO. And that CEO gone long time, but his name end up on the document, and it says, the declaration letter certified that the goods entered hereon are imported solely for the university hospital. There it is. So if they're imported solely for the university hospital, why are they not at the university hospital?
Correct.
Here's another part. It says the bill of lading designated the current CEO as the consignee and private company 2 as the notifying party. What does that mean? And although the current CEO's name and signature appeared on both of them, he said, no, we didn't facilitate that. We didn't. Problem. But remember, the Auditor General is hamstrung. Precious little she can do. She can refer for surcharge. She can put this thing out there and say, hey, you know, investigate. Because remember now, this report is tabled in Parliament. So she's like, okay, government, Tita, I'm gonna do what I need to do. Let me show you something now. So, what happened? What happened was, you will put out a statement. Sita. You will put out a statement, the board. And they say, we've had weaknesses that reflect long-standing procedural gaps and legacy practices. So you see what they must say? They must say, don't blame us. That's something this where we inherit. It happened long time. So you can't really blame us. That's the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
That's the excuse. And them say, with the tabling of the report, the board has moved to further accelerate and formalize actions that were already underway. You hear them say? We had actions underway not to correct this problem. It's just the Auditor General come in and just mess up things for us. We had it going. We had everything under control. It's this damn Auditor General, Pamela Monroe Ellis. Actually, she come in and started, because if she had left us alone, we would have completed the thing and there wouldn't have been any problems. And so here's what they end up saying. The hospital has reported specific matters arising from the report to relevant authorities, including the JCF and customs. Now let's see what they do. And then the CEO them take 3 months leave. And look here, the committee has requested that the internal audit department conduct a formal audit of the strengthened procedures and advise on any additional measures required to ensure their effectiveness. All them must say is that we had an audit unit and them never really are doing anything, and now them going to start do some stuff. These are things that they were supposed to be doing. And then, look here, the board welcomes a committee appointed by the Minister of Health and Wellness and will fully cooperate with its work. And here it is again right here. The University Hospital of the West Indies continues to fulfill its mandate as a center of excellence in delivering high-quality health care. True? Find thing that, you know, I think that, see if you can find thing that, Michigan, the Michigan,
diseases?
No, a video, there was a video. It's another thing. See if you, well, on maybe Producer Jones, see if you can find Michigan video regarding University Hospital of the West Indies, and that's recent. I think it was last week. See if you can find that for me now, so I can put it up. All right. So this is what they said. No. All right. Then remember one of the videos I played, Minister Tufton said he's gonna impanel a committee, and the committee is going to be looking at these things, and they're going to come up with advice and recommendations and all of that stuff. He did. But you see what it took for that to happen? It took the Auditor General to do a report, to conduct an audit and provide a report. Now, here is something that I'm going to share with you. This is the terms of reference. The panel, the committee that they have now looking into everything that the Auditor General found. This is the terms of reference. This is a document that will be the roadmap for them to get to the bottom of all of this and then advise Minister Tufton. But here's something that most of you didn't know. UHWI is a regional hospital, and some people said to me, it's some people said, it's Jamaica own and run it, and some people have said to me that no, it's owned by CARICOM. Look at the statement right there. UHWI is a regional institute that is supported through funding from regional governments. That's true, CARICOM. But look at the next part of the statement. With Jamaica contributing approximately 75% of the total budget. So 3/4 of the budget for UHWI are come from the Jamaican taxpayers. Keep that in mind. And so they have 8 members here. Cabinet approves it, and here are the objectives. We don't have time to go through that. Here are the things they're supposed to be doing. It says the committee will have the ability to conscript experts to support the objectives of the review. Let's see who they'll call as experts. And then in the end, they will advise the Ministry of Health and Wellness regarding the procurement of resources required to undertake the assignment. That's their job, what they'll do. Here it is right here. All the stuff that they'll do. So they're commissioned for 4 months. And if Minister Tufton deems it necessary, they'll go beyond that until they've completed their task. But let me show you something. We don't call a name. We're just going to say company 2. Right? All right. You saw what Cliff Hughes said, right? He called a name, company. We're not calling any name, but we've been in touch with people. And what we have come to understand is that the list I showed you, including the 12 dialysis machines, they weren't owned at any time by the University Hospital of the West Indies. They were owned by Company 2. Company 2 paid for all the stuff you saw on that list. This is what we've been told. Company 2 paid for everything there. The University Hospital of the West Indies, there was some kind of an arrangement, and it's been going on for quite some time, that look, you can't afford to bring the machines. You can't afford to purchase and bring the machines in because you got 20 and you got them as gifts. We're going to bring the machines in and we're going to help to take care of the Jamaican people. Again, this is what we've been told. Because a treatment, and we were told that treatment at UHWI or similar places where you can get these dialysis machines, treatment runs approximately 18,000 Jamaican dollars per treatment. But Company 2, they were charging, I think it's somewhere around 11,000. So you see the difference. 11 versus 17 per treatment. And some people need it twice a week.
Right.
Some 3 times. Right? So what the understanding I've been given is that Company 2 was involved in providing a public service to assist UHWI. And it's something that's been going on for a long time. And it's not only Company 2, there are other companies involved. But here's the thing. Cliff Hughes asked a question about a company, said, is this company involved? He didn't ask any questions about any other companies, and there are 4 companies involved in this report, but he only mentioned 1. The question I have to ask is, how did he get that information? That he can ask a question and mention a specific name. They have lots of facilities all over the place in Jamaica. So what would have caused him to ask the question and say, are the machines at this place? He didn't say, we have to find out where the machines are, because the Auditor General says that the machines are not there. He asked a question about a specific location, a specific entity. Question is, who released that information? How did he arrive at that point where he can call the name, say, is it? He's asking a question. But I'm just curious as to whether or not that information was leaked. Don't know. But if it was leaked, who leaked that information? Was it someone at the Auditor General's office. My favorite lady was it, you know. And by the way, don't cuss me out about Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. She's my favorite minister. But Pamela Monroe Ellis is my favorite public servant. It's a public servant below the ministerial level. So where did that information come from? Somebody needs to look into that. Worship the Lord said he heard. Well, here's the thing. Whenever you hear somebody say, call a name, when there's so many names you can call, and them call a one name, and say them, they heard. More than likely, is a source providing them with that information. But they're trying to protect themselves from lawsuits. So they just ask the question. Or they don't, and then they don't even want to, because when they ask a question, they don't have to say who tell them. Say here, you hear it all over the place. But anyway, I'm going to show you something right now. This is very telling. All right, press release. We'll just go through this. We have to hurry. Wow, time of fly. For immediate release, review the recent Auditor General's report and wish to take this opportunity to clearly and transparently set the record straight. Decision to establish a medical facility was driven by a fundamental awareness of an urgent response to the growing need for dialysis treatment, particularly for patients who are struggling to afford the high cost of care. Access to life-saving dialysis should never be a privilege reserved for a few, and that the principle guided every step of this initiative. At the time the dialysis machines were imported, received permission for their clearance using an institutional tax exemption certificate in accordance with the circumstances then presented. The records will show that all amounts subsequently determined to be due were paid. Further, the records will also clearly demonstrate that all transactions thereafter were conducted in the name of with all duties and taxes properly declared, cleared, and paid in full. Now that the Auditor General has indicated that such an arrangement should not have occurred, respect that determination. In keeping with commitment to transparency, accountability, and the rule of law, ready and willing to pay any sums that were exempted through the use of the institutional tax exemption certificate. This matter has never been about personal gain. It has always been about responding to a public health need, easing suffering, and expanding access to essential medical care. Committed to ethical conduct, full compliance with the law, and continued service to the people who depend on our healthcare system. So there it is. There is a release. They're saying there was an arrangement, but this arrangement was not what you think. This arrangement was to benefit the people of Jamaica who need dialysis treatment. And so this matter is going to continue. I suspect that this matter is going to continue because,
as it should.
Yes. Sums are outstanding. Money is still outstanding. 10.1 million. So this is going to continue. And we just want to thank all the people that we've been in touch with who have provided information to us and assistance. Here is Papa Michigan to talk about what happened up at UHWI Hospital. Them talk about excellence in healthcare. Check this out.
I'm at the University of West Indies Hospital with a family member. We were at Andrews Memorial from 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we get a referral to the UHWI. We came here about 8 p.m. last night. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we haven't seen a specialist doctor. Right now, I've seen the system crumble in real times in front of my eyes. It's not about a long wait. It's a breakdown in leadership. the Auditor General report showing millions missing up here. Now we see exactly where the money didn't go. It didn't go to patients, it didn't go to staff, it didn't go to beds. Right now the system is broken. The healthcare system in Jamaica need to be fixed. We can't live like this in a civilized time.
He said it all.
There's not more to be said. There's not more to be said. There's nothing more to be said. We're going to come back to all of this over the course of the next week or so. Wednesday night, Saturday, we're going to come back to this because there's a lot more to it than this. Let me quickly move on. We only have less than a half hour and I have to just run through some stuff. People, with the picture there, Kevin, the picture of the one lady.
The one lady?
Yeah, from out west.
Oh.
Let me see this. This not showing. That's fine. We don't need that.
I can remove it. Remove them.
I remove all of them. Yeah, the picture for the lady out west.
No, don't remove that.
You have to remove that. Let me just say, people, Gillian Murray in the South for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. If you live in any of the 13 states covered by the representative in the South for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you have to vote for this lady. You have to vote for this lady. We are endorsing this lady. She was on the program last week. You have to vote for her. Voting started last week. It's going to continue until the 20th of this month. Almost 2 weeks from now. I'm asking you to cast your vote for Gillian Murray. Go to the list of, well, if you need to go to the list because you would have, if you registered to vote, you would have gotten your token. Should have gotten your token by now that you can vote. Vote for this lady. Vote for this lady like there's no tomorrow because she is going to represent your interest in this council. She's not going there for self-aggrandizement, self-importance, benefits, perks. Thanks, Kevin. She's not going there for any of that. She's going there to represent your interest because she realizes and she knows that there are people in the diaspora in her region that need help. And she is going, I don't want to use the word fight. She's going to advocate for you. So if you live in any one of those 13 states, and let me repeat the state, let me mention the states. North Carolina, South Carolina, West Virginia, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Texas, Kentucky, New Mexico. I think I missed one or so. If you live Oklahoma, if you live in any one of those states and you're registered to vote and you haven't voted yet, vote for Gillian Murray. Gillian Murray. She's the only Murray on the thing. You can't miss her. Vote for this lady. I'm asking you. Pearlie Simpson said, name Gillian Murray sounds familiar. Gillian Murray is the candidate for all of you living in the 13 states that span the South region.
And
if
Pearlie,
you live out,
you've seen her name in this chat. She's been a long time viewer.
Right. She is. She's probably here now too. So, and here's another announcement. If you live in the Northeast, do not vote. If you live in the Northeast, and we're talking about New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Pennsylvania, and I'm sure I'm missing another one or two. Don't vote. Let them figure out what they want over there. In the South, vote Gillian Murray. Oh, here she is. Sierra people. Gillian Murray. That's the candidate. That is the candidate. This is a young lady. Right? Gillian Murray, we say. Oh, no, don't let me down, you know. Don't let me down. If you don't let me down, me now come back at the South. Not coming back to the South.
Listen, you're already overdue. You had problems there already. Don't even try that.
So Gillian says, yes, I'm here. All right, Gillian. Yeah, if you live in the Northeast, do not vote. If you live in the Northeast, do not vote, because your candidate is sitting here in front of you. The problem is that he has been declared ineligible. So don't vote. And if you live out west, I'm going to show you the candidate that you must vote for. How much is there, Kevin? Oh, wait, me not sure about else, huh?
Share yours.
Yeah,
yours up.
It's a stop screen.
No, man, don't stop. You stop it?
No, me not stop it. But me not see her. Oh yeah, Sarah. If you live out west, and we are talking about California, Oregon, Nevada,
Colorado,
all of those places. Because we know we have listeners, we have a very strong support out in Colorado too, you know. And them people that know who we are talking about. We have strong support in California too. If you live in that area, see who you cast your vote for. There you go. Cast your vote for Latoya Porter, Sierra, West and the Midwest. I think Kansas is inside it, or Illinois, all of that. If you live anywhere out that side, this is who you vote for, Latoya Porter. And the woman them we are big up, you know. No, see, we are big up the woman them. Because women are natural leaders. Women are natural leaders. And these two women that we just show you, Gazetta, Michigan too is out there. Yeah. These two women will just show you strong, intelligent, attractive, hardworking, dedicated people who intend on providing service to their people. Not service to themselves, or service to the government of Jamaica. All right? So I want to vote for Gillian Murray in the South and Latoya Porter out West. Forget about other candidates. Don't even look at other candidates. Put your mark for these two women. Put your mark for these two women. If you want real leadership, because, you know, it's just sad that the leader that we have in the Northeast is less than competent.
Agent of the state.
Yes, it's just sad because I like to see women in leadership position. I love to see it because women, I've seen it in my professional life. I've seen it everywhere. Women are natural born leaders. All they need, is for the man them for just step aside and give them a chance. That's all. You remember James Brown sing a song, say it's a man's world, but it would be nothing without a woman or a girl. Well, it's no longer a man's world. The woman them there now. JM 2667, here's the problem. These people are not known. And so if we keep quiet, guess what? Them already out there push them own people. So if we keep quiet, somebody like Gillian going to find it difficult. Somebody like Latoya is going to find it difficult because they're not well known. So we have to take that chance. We can't sit back and don't say anything and say, well, we'll hope that they'll win. You can't do that. You can't do that. You see, now if it was like a Maria, for example, right? Run, then we wouldn't say anything because Maria is well known. Right? And Maria could have do her own thing. But with these two young ladies, they're not well known. So we have to push it. And guess what happened now? It's up to you to do your job. Because if you do your job, we don't have to worry about what the government and where all these other people, what they're doing. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. No, we only have 15 minutes and I just want to I want to show you something. I want to show you something. No, here's what happened. My little team and I, we sat down and we start go through the terms of reference and I have a very strong supporter who said, don't languish and spend time and talk about this, but I have to show people how you can lead people without them knowing you're leading them. You can make people make changes to their life without you telling them to make the changes. It's just a reaction to what you've done. And we're going to show you something that they've done that they can't change. They can't change it. The terms of reference for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, since they started, three of them have. They start out with one, they change it. And then they just change it. And guess when them change the last one? Them change it 2 days before the nomination. And you know why? Because Rattigan said, me a run. And you see what happened, people? When you do these things, you know, we used to call it like tickle the line. You know, we used to call it tickle the line. Like you do certain things and you listen for a phone call, you know, because you know the phone call will come in. You know, you just say certain things and people just run with it. And so when we say, yeah, we are going to run, 2 days before the nomination, they went and they said, no, we have to change it. We have all three. Them can't change it. And then we're going to show you now how them people are so dumb, how them so fool. We have the list of the people in the Northeast Electoral Committee. I, Rattigan, can tell all 8 of you that are no dumb as a rock. You have no clue on how to do. The whole of you. And when me talk, me no hold back. And I don't care whether you have PhD in front or LLB behind, or I don't care where you have. It comes down to this. How you use this, right? Yep. And you see when you try to create mischief and the harm to people, you overlook the obvious. Yes, just for fun. Don't slide bat. No, let me show you something. Which part is that, Kevin? The 3 of them. Hurry.
Must be a cricket bat, because I can't bat them.
Yeah. All right.
Intelligent creatures.
All right. Is this the first one? No, this is not the first one, Kevin.
No.
We're on there.
Top one is the first one.
That's the top one.
No, sir.
That's if you look, you see that's the top one. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me go back and look.
Okay.
Because I think you're right. No, I think you're right.
That is
you're right. You're right. I stand corrected.
First one.
All right. This is the first one, right? And if you look at this is the first one to start out with, right? And we went through this, and then them change it, and you know when them change it after we file. And remember, we'll file and take the name. We say we'll take the name from them, and we give them ample notice. If this is your organization, then file and maintain control over the name. They couldn't, so we took the name. So this is the first one, right? Let me show you the top right. This is the first one, right? See that? Then them go to this one, right? See this one now? It's called Terms of Reference.
Section 5.
And then put, and get on, what I don't know. But them change this, and here's what them change it and put. So them change it and put, yeah. Well, I'm not sure what them change and put. The Sita, so them change I know. This is not the first one. Them think mama did that waste our money when mama send we go to school, man. You know? Another name of the school, you know, the teacher were inside of it. See there? Look on that. Them change that. They say it's members of the council shall not establish any structure, association, or entity in the name of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or which is established specifically in their capacity as members of the council. They might tell us, say, if you're a member, you can't register the name. You know why? Because we register the name. And you don't remember the little wranglings and tanglings, and then that done, right? So they move it and change it to this. Then, look on, remember now, you don't see the first one. The second and third one look alike, but they're not alike. See? Oh, let me show you something with this one here. Section 5.2, you say, Kevin? All right, let me show you something. I pass it. You can't tell Kevin if I pass it.
Wait, where you look for?
The one with the one with the requirements. Okay, here it is. All right. Now look, see? This one says every member must meet the following criteria, right? Every member, right? And we'll show you something. And if you look, it's it right here, no criminal conviction and no bankruptcy, right? That's it. Now, them change it to this now. Look on this. Look on this. Updated as of the 13th of October 2025. And the nomination period was the 15th of October. And 2 days before. Because them here, so Rattigan are run. Right? So look what them do now with the requirements. Look what them do with the requirements. Call them fool. All right. So now look what them put in it now. Them put this in a green. Candidates shall be persons of good character and repute, maintaining good standing in their communities and professional life. Conduct that may reasonably be viewed as bringing the council or the government of Jamaica into disrepute shall constitute grounds for ineligibility or removal. B, candidates shall demonstrate a willingness to cooperate in good faith with the government of Jamaica. You must express a willingness to work with them, but not follow them, not just follow them blindly, and with fellow council members, irrespective of personal political affiliation. So now they must say, if you do this, maybe maybe, I don't know, you belong to one of the party and blah, 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 in order to advance the objectives of diaspora engagement. And then look on the last one. The last one, Tita, so. Oh, wait there. Right, so. Tita, candidates shall be willing to collaborate with the ministry. So them say you have to work with the government, and then them come now and make it specific. You have to work with the ministry and foreign affairs and foreign trade. All right? Mama no raise no fool. Me I talk now to the people who reject me, and them reject me based on C and D. And remember now, C and D, they were not there. Them just put them in there 2 days before the nomination. People, look at this. And them I watch them. I'll show them how they're fool. Look at part C. What part C say? And we can't show them this because the damage has been done already. Them done do with my reputation. That's fine. Because the cleanup come back after them say criminal conviction and bankruptcy. Them come back and say, no, him have no reputation in the profession or in the community and blah, 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 blah. So them use that, the second one. Look at part C. Look at part C. What part C say? Part C say appointment. There are 2 ways you can get on the council, by election or appointment. And by the way, people, there are 30 members on this council. You know how many are selected by you, the voters? 14. You know how many are appointed by the government of Jamaica? 16. More than 50% of the people on this council.
Outnumbered.
Yeah. So the voters them get outnumbered. The voters then get outnumbered by a few people in the ministry and a few of them sellouts in the diaspora. In fact, See it right so? 14 members are elected, right? And look, 16 members are appointed. Look at what the title, don't forget the title. It says appointment, appointment, not election, appointment, appointment, appointment. Now look at this. Look at what that says. It says every member. Every member. You can't be a member unless you're elected or appointed. If you're a candidate or if you're a nominee, this doesn't apply to you. 5.2, what them I use against me, it not apply. Cannot apply. See it right there, 5.2, every member. And then when you Google it and look at who's a member, them say if you're elected or if you're appointed. Them say once you are a member, these are the things you must do. Every member must meet the following criteria. And how we know there's a difference between member and nominee and candidate, go down to 6. All right, here, go to 5. It says, further to the receipt of notification of the final results of election, the minister will confirm, the minister won't appoint, confirm the persons who receive the largest number of votes. And look at this, elections will take place before confirmation of appointed members. This section is talking about appointed members. Then look at this. Look at 6. It says, for the purposes of the council, a term shall mean a period of 3 years from the date of election or appointment. This is not talking about being a candidate or a nominee. Let me show you which part you find where you find that information.
It's not even the same document.
It's not in the same document. A different document where them have where you find this information. A different document. But me show you some EDB read. Look here now, my people. This document is called election process for membership. And look right here. It talks about voter eligibility, registration. Oh, look at this one. Nomination of candidates, not appointees. So if you look for appointees, you go to that document. If you look for candidates, you go to this document. Now look here. Look here. Look here. It is right there. Nomination of candidates, not nomination of members. Or it says nomination of candidates. Now look where it said. Look at that. To successfully be nominated for candidacy to contest the elections, a person must meet the eligibility requirements outlined in section 5. So what this is saying, if you're running in the election, you're not going to be appointed. You're asking for people to cast votes for you. And if that is the case, then you must meet the eligibility requirements in section 5. Now the question is, what are those requirements? Here we go. Question 5. Here it is. Eligible candidates, not appointments. This is people who are run for the election. Tell me if you see anything about character and reputation inside of this. It says what? To be eligible for nomination for election, a person shall meet the following requirements. 1, you must have some skills in the 10 thematic areas. You must be a Jamaican. You must be at least 21. You must be 18. Must be at forget about 4. That have to do with the youth leader. Look at 5. You must not have been declared bankrupt by a court of law or competent authority in Jamaica or any jurisdiction. Now tell me now which part you see criminal conviction upon this paper, upon this 11. It says you must be registered, you must show management and leadership, you must have no disciplinary proceedings by a professional or administrative body, this one right here. You must have a willingness to commit the time, you must be a resident in the region in which you are seeking election, and you can't tell any lies on the form. That's it. Tell me where you see anything about criminal conviction. Tell me where you see anything about reputation.
Right.
Or any no, and look, this is it right here. It says eligible candidates. You numbskulls over there. All of you, the 8 of you who went and declared me ineligible. You used the wrong thing. You used the one for appointments. You didn't use the one for election. And then, Kevin, look at this. It says a candidate. We don't need to see this. You all need to see this. All of you need to see this. A candidate and his or her nominators. Now, I nominated myself and other people nominated me. All of us should have received an email, shall be notified separately by the Electoral Committee of the candidates' ineligibility in writing, citing, look in yellow, citing evidence of ineligibility. Citing evidence of ineligibility. Citing evidence of ineligibility. You people on the Electoral Committee, you're in trouble. Look at what this says, citing evidence of ineligibility. Where did you send me that letter that cited evidence, or when did you send me that letter, or did you send me that letter that cited evidence of ineligibility? Evidence! The letter you sent me just says that you're ineligible based on the terms of reference, which is the whole manual. You say it's based on pertinent section of the 30. Where's the evidence? Where is the evidence? People, show me calm in the call no fall. Them walk right tonight.
Another rat trap though.
Them walk right tonight. Walk right tonight. Walk right tonight.
You know, it would have been bad and not so bad if you intentionally set that trap.
But after them trap.
Them
after
trap
them trap. They trap themselves.
Then them get up one there and say, watch, I'm going to remain relevant.
Yeah. So people, I will have very little to say about this going forward. By saying that, you know what that means. I will have something to say, but not a whole lot. Right? I am going to continue to say stuff, but not a whole lot. Right? All I'm saying is that you people on the council, now call out on the name, but there are 8 of you. I have your names. And in fact, people, if you want to know them, you can just go to the website. Go to the ministry's website. Go to their master's website, and you will see their names there. Whole WWorld say, no, what that? Whole new world say, how come them have the power to sack you? That is it, whole new world. Them use a section of a document that is not applicable to me, and them say, you're out. Them, see, me I say no. You get this, not only to wear hat or cap, you get this to think. And with that, people, here we're time run out because Kevin I forgot bolt now. So what we are going to do now is lead out Kevin.
Well, people, ReggaeGlobalRadio.com is the place to be for the rest of the night, right? So come on over, ReggaeGlobalRadio.com. Really simple. And this is where all the activity happening for the rest of the night.
Let me see if I can't get in my tune here. Hold on there. Help me out the Kevin.
What may I help you with?
If I try to find my tune. Oh, hold on then. All right. You can hear it?
Yes, sir.
Are you?
Come on, you.
I mean.
Yeah. I'm out. Yeah, I'll take care. Reggae Global Radio. See you there.
I saw him still.
Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people themselves spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. From soldier in a army, no simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net, that's OJLDF.net, and hit the donate button today. Thank you.